Umaga po sa lahat. Thank you for joining us today. This meeting or this hearing is now called to order, and we'll direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning to our resource persons. For the public hearing on the analysis of the PISA 2022 results for the Philippines, we would like to acknowledge our resource persons. From the Department of Education, we have Dr. Nelia Benito, Ms. Gretchen Cordero, and Mr. Alexander Sucality Jr. From the DepEd National Capital Region or NCR, we have the Regional Director, Director Jocelyn D.R. Andaya. From DepEd Region 4A or Calabarzon, we have the Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Lloyd Danidea. From the DepEd Cordillera Administrative Region or CAR, we have the Regional Director, Dr. Estela Carino, who is also celebrating her birthday today. And Mr. Jennifer Ande, Chief of the Curriculum and Learning Management Division. From the Commission on Higher Education Technical Panel for Teacher Education or CHED-TPTE, we have Dr. Felina P.S. Pique, member and also the Vice President for Academic Affairs of St. Louis University. From the Philippine Institute for Development Studies or PIDS, we have Dr. Michael Ralph Abrigo, Senior Research Fellow, and Mr. Edmar Lingatong. From the Assessment Curriculum and Technology Research Center or ACTRC, we have Dr. Kevin Carl Santos, Senior Research Fellow, who is also an Associate Professor at the Educational Research Area of UP College of Education. From the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology or CIMEO Inotech, we have the former DepEd Secretary who is now the Center Director, Dr. Leonor Magtolis Briones, together with Dr. Josdado M. San Antonio and Attorney Nepomuceno Malaluan. From the Philippine Normal University, we have the Vice President for Academics, Dr. Marilyn Balagtas. From the University of the Philippines College of Education, we have Dr. Liza Marie Olegario, Dr. Portia Padilla, Dr. Alan Canonigo, Dr. Erlina Ronda, and Dr. Ivy Mejia. From the UP Open University Faculty of Education, we have the Dean, Assistant Professor Cherise T. Reyes. From the Philippine Business for Education, currently present is Mr. Lawrence Malasa and Ms. Marie Genevieve Bautista. From the Philippine Association of Private Schools, Colleges, and Universities, or PAPSCO, we have Dr. Antonio Del Carmen, the President. Last but not the least, from the MLAC Institute for Psychosocial Services Incorporated, we have the Executive Director, Ms. Hannah Misha Murillo, and a psychologist, Dr. Marie Tesibeth Cordova. We're still waiting for our resource persons from the EDCOM 2 and from OECD, Mr. Andreas Schleicher, who will be joining us at 12 noon via Zoom. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Comsec. Once again, good morning to everyone, and thank you for joining us today. This is a motu proprio hearing on the results of the 2022 PISA. Last year, December 6, 2023, the DepEd invited all education stakeholders to unveil and also give their analysis on the country's result on the country's 2022 PISA results. And I was there together with other stakeholders. And my 2 cents reaction to the 2022 results can be described with a good news and a bad news. Good news is, despite the pandemic that closed our schools for almost 2 years, no, a year and a half, we did not regress. No? And my own expectation was, because a lot of our kids had problems learning by themselves, or they couldn't go to school, or they have difficulty in access to teachers and to gadgets, we could have regressed. But the results was a pleasant surprise to all of us that we did not regress. And the bad news is we stayed stagnant. No? We're at the same level. But there's also an opportunity to that. No? Being a finance person, when you are at the bottom, there's no way but to go up. No? And that's what we want to discuss today. No? How do we go up? How do we implement solutions so that we will improve learner performance? To be honest about it, and Secretary Biones knows about it, I was one of those who was not in favor of taking the 2022 PISA. because my own analysis is takes time for reforms to be implemented and to be felt. No? But I was happy that I was overruled by Secretary Briones and we took the 2022 PISA. And the change of mind, well, my realization is it's good to track down our results periodically, no? Whether it's good or bad, but the periodic tracking gives us many insights, gives us deeper understanding of our problems, and as a result, it will generate deeper solutions. Hopefully, no, we can generate deeper solutions so that we can implement meaningful reforms. So the results, as we all know, is statistically the same from 2018 to 2022, and we want to hear officially. No? The invitation last December 6 is releva- is a invitation from DepEd to discuss with stakeholders, but the committee deemed it necessary to have an official discussion to be recorded in the books of the Senate on what are the results of PISA, what is the analysis of DepEd, and what are the solutions moving forward that we can implement. We also invited various stakeholders today to discuss their insights, their analysis, as also their recommendations. But most importantly, we invited top performing regions. No? And we're very honored that Dr. Carino, who's celebrating her birthday today, is aptly with us because CAR, Cordillera Region, consistently, no, from 2018 to 2022, is considered a top performing PISA achiever. No? And we want to learn from them. No? Napakagaling nila. No? We want to learn what they have been doing. We want to learn what reforms they've undertaken. We want to learn from CAR, no? On their top performing achievement. At the same time, we also invited Calabarzon, Region 4A, because Region 4A also performed very well in the 2022 PISA. And also NCR. No? Dr. Anday, you're representing NCR? Okay. And NCR, no? No, I was confused, no, because you wear so many hats, eh, no. But okay, but NCR is also was also is also performed very well in the 2022 PISA, no. So we want to analyze the consistency as well, no, and we want to analyze why they are top performing. These three regions, why they are top performing, and later on we will request from the three regions to allow us to visit your schools. No? We would like to go down to the specific school and observe and talk to our teachers, parents, and students and learn from them on how come they are performing very well compared to our other regions. In NCR, some of them even perform beyond above OECD level, no? Which is quite phenomenal. No? And again, we want to learn from those top performing schools. So today we'll be first of all discussing the results. We will be discussing the analysis, especially coming from DepEd, and we will invite the stakeholders to join in and share with us their analysis and recommendations. And then later on, we will hear from the three regions who perform very well, no? Beyond expectations of everyone, and to share with us what they have been doing in order to maintain their quality and also to perform very well in the 2022 PISA results. And today we're very fortunate that we're joined by one of our esteemed senators, Senator Nancy Binay. So welcome, ma'am. Any opening remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. We can already proceed, Mr. Chairman, dahil marami ho tayong resource person this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for joining us in this very important hearing. So we'll start off with a presentation from DepEd, the results of the 2022 PISA, their analysis, and of course, what's important is moving forward, the recommendation. It's not enough that we know the situation, but what's important is how do we move forward and improve our performance. I understand that the next PISA will be in 2025. No? So we have 3 years to go. So we also want to know what are the low-hanging fruits that we can pick in the next 3 years and see some incremental improvements. Ano na ba? 2020. Sorry. Ang bilis ng panahon, eh, no? Next year na pala. Sorry, bilis ho ng panahon. In the next 24 months, no? 24. Kasi end of 2025 yan, tama? When is it? April. So in the next 12 months, 12 months more or less, no? So yeah. So we'll listen to DepEd on their ways forward. So we now call on DepEd on for the presentation.
Good morning, honorable senators and my colleagues in DepEd, former Secretary Briones and Yusek Nepomuceno, my colleagues also in other research agencies. In behalf of the Bureau of Education Assessment, which is the National Center for the PISA national team, we are presenting the performance of the Philippines in PISA 2022. PISA 2022 was administered in March to May 2022 prior to the return to in-person classes. A total of 7,193 15-year-old students from 188 schools, 106 divisions, and 16 regions, which represents 83% of the total population of 15-year-old students in the country, completed the test. The sampling was done using a two-stage sampling design. In the first stage, schools were sampled systematically based on the proportion of PISA-eligible students enrolled. In the second stage, 42 students within each sampled school were drawn randomly. The test was delivered as a computer-based assessment using English as the language of the test, since the language of instruction for the PISA subjects is English. What is PISA? PISA, or the Program for International Student Assessment, is a triennial comparative study around the world that tests 15-year-olds' ability to use their knowledge and skills in reading, mathematics, and science to real-world situations. It is designed and developed by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, and since 2000, it has been participated by many regions around the world. In 2022, 81 education systems participated in PISA, including the Philippines. PISA assessments do not just ascertain whether 15-year-old students can reproduce what they have learned. They also examine how well students can extrapolate from what they have learned and apply their knowledge in unfamiliar settings, both in and outside of school. For each cycle, PISA focuses on a major domain and includes an innovative domain. In the PISA 2022 survey, mathematics was the major domain of assessment, while reading and science are the minor areas of assessment, and creative thinking as the innovative domain. How are scores reported in PISA? PISA scores do not necessarily represent the number of items our students answered correctly on the test. Instead, PISA scores are interpreted as the ability scores of the students, providing information about what they know and what they can do in a specific domain of assessment, such as math, reading, or science. Given their computed ability scores, students can be arranged from the most to least proficient on a PISA scale. This scale is partitioned into several levels, usually ranging from level 1 to level 6, each with a specific description of what students know and can do at each level. Based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, level 2 is the minimum proficiency level that students must achieve in order to participate in society. In my next slides, I will present the average performance of Filipino students in the different domains of assessment in PISA, the descriptions of their performance, and performance gaps across subgroups in comparison to the averages of OECD countries and select education systems. Additionally, a comparison between the Philippines' performance in PISA 2018 and 2022 will be presented. How does the Philippines fare in mathematics? As the major domain of assessment for PISA 2022, I will give highlights on the results related to mathematics performance. Shown in this slide is a graph showing how the Philippines fare against 80 other participating countries and economies in PISA 2022. Five education systems are below our average: Guatemala, El Salvador, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, Cambodia, and two are at par with our performance. That's Panama and Kosovo. How does the Philippines fare in mathematics? To get a closer look at our results, shown in the graph are the top 10 countries' economies, Southeast Asian countries, and those that perform statistically lower than the Philippines. The average of the members of the OECD countries is 472 points, which is at level 2 of the PISA scale. At this level, at the minimum, students can interpret and recognize without direct instructions how a simple situation can be represented mathematically. In comparison, the Philippines' average score is 355 points. This average is located at level 1B of the PISA scale. At a minimum, students at this level can respond to questions involving easy to understand contexts which are clearly given in a simple representation. How does the Philippines fare in reading? Again, shown in the graph are the top 10 countries' economies, Southeast Asian countries, and those that perform statistically lower than the Philippines in reading. OECD has an average score of 476 in reading, which is at level 2. At a minimum, these students can identify the main idea in a text of moderate length, find information based on explicit, though sometimes complex criteria, and can reflect on the purpose and form of text when explicitly directed to do so. Meanwhile, the Philippines average 347 is at level 1A. At a minimum, these students can understand literal meaning of sentences or short passages, locate information within short text, and can reflect on the purpose and relative importance of information in simple text. Given the Philippines' average score in reading, two countries are below our average performance: Uzbekistan and Cambodia, and five are on par: Dominican Republic, Palestinian Authority, Kosovo, Jordan, and Morocco. How does the Philippines fare in science? For science, the OECD average is 485, which is at level 3. At a minimum, these students can use moderately complex knowledge to explain familiar scientific phenomena and can use procedural or epistemic knowledge to carry out a simple experiment in a constrained context. The Philippines average is 356, which is at level 1A. At a minimum, these students can use basic knowledge to identify correct explanations for simple scientific phenomena, and with support, these students can undertake scientific investigations with no more than two variables. In science, only Cambodia was below our average. They three are on par with our performance: Dominican Republic, Kosovo, and Uzbekistan. How does the Philippines compare in 2022 to 2018? The non-significant change in between the 2018 and 2022 average scores of the Philippines suggests that performance of 15-year-old students in the Philippines in the three subject domains math, reading, and science remains stable despite the COVID-19 pandemic situation in our country. What proportion of students achieve the minimum proficiency? Other the the average score, on the average score, we also present the number of students that reach at least the minimum proficiency level expected of our students. Similar to 2018, still a large proportion of 15-year-old students more than 75% in the Philippines were below the minimum level of proficiency in mathematics, science, and reading. Specifically, only 16% in mathematics, 24% in reading, and 23% in science reach at least level 2, which is the minimum proficiency level. Performance gap within the Philippines in terms of socioeconomic differences. Students from socioeconomically disadvantaged homes scored better than their disadvantaged peers in math, reading, and science. An important finding in PISA 2022 is that the performance gap related to socioeconomic status narrowed in the Philippines, and that some 12% of disadvantaged students in the Philippines were able to score in the top quarter of mathematics performance in the country.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
siguro ano lang, pag sinabi hong disadvantage, ano yung definition?
They are they have low socioeconomic status.
Not necessarily pag public school ho, automatic.
Not
They belong to
necessarily.
the disadvantage.
Yes.
Okay. Thank
Yes
you,
po.
Mr. Chairman.
Performance gap within the Philippines gender. Girls outperform boys in all three domains of assessments. The average scores of girls in math and reading were in level 1A, while boys at level 1 are in level 1B. Both boys and girls were at level 1A in science. Compared to 2018, there was no significant change in the performance between boys and girls in math and science. In reading, the difference decreased by 8 score points. Performance gap within the Philippines in terms of school management. Students attending private schools scored higher than those in the public schools. Students in the private schools were at level 1A in math and science, while public school students were at level 1B. In reading, students in private schools were in level 2, minimum proficiency level, while students in the public schools were at level 1B. Performance gap within the Philippines school location. Schools located in the more urbanized areas scored higher than those situated in less urbanized locations. Also, the proportion of students who reached the minimum proficiency level was higher in more urbanized area. Well-being and investment for education success. In the next slides, this will be on learning continuity in the Philippines during the pandemic, describing how schools and students responded to the educational disruptions and its effect on students' learning and well-being. I will also cover how investments in education are related to students' performance and well-being. Note that the data were taken from the questionnaires responded to by the students and the school principals during the main survey data collections. Their responses were summarized, scaled, and are reported as averages or percentages. Students' sense of belonging rather at school and satisfaction with life. Compared to 2018, students' sense of belonging at school declined in the Philippines. 28% of the schools reported that they feel lonely at school or feel like an outsider at school. Similar to many countries and economies, student satisfaction with life can also decline in Philippines. 17% reported that they were not satisfied with their lives. Learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. While students in the Philippines reported varying experiences with remote learning, they generally reported a more positive experience with learning at home in comparison to the OECD countries on average. 4 out of the 5 students reported that remote learning had improved their skills in using digital devices for learning purposes and that their teachers were well prepared to provide instructions remotely and were available to offer assistance when needed. During remote learning, students in the Philippines encountered more challenges, more so among girls, compared to their counterparts from OECD countries. For instance, 41% reported having problems understanding their school assignments. 35% had difficulty finding someone who could help them with their schoolwork, and 36% faced challenges managing their time between study and household responsibilities. These challenges, however, were not significantly associated with a decrease in math scores. In the use of digital devices, 15-year-olds in the Philippines spend approximately a total of 10.7 hours per day on digital resources, whether for learning activities, 6 hours, or leisure, 4.7 hours. These digital resources include computers, laptops, and tablets. A 1 hour increase in the time spent per day on digital devices for learning at school had increased mathematics score by 3 points, but decreased by 4 points when this is used for leisure. The language at home. Only 7% of the students reported that they speak English at home most of the time. In PISA 2022, students who speak English at home most of the time scored significantly lower than those who speak a language other than English in all assessment domains. Both groups, however, were at the same level of proficiency. Performance differences based on language at home were not observed in 2018. Teacher support in math classes. The level of support provided by teachers to their students in the Philippines was significantly higher than the OECD countries on average. Students who were attending classes with supportive teacher in most or every mathematics lessons scored from 17 to 27 points higher than those who received lesser support. 81% of the students reported that their teacher helped students with their learning and even gave extra help when needed. On the disciplinary climate in math classes, there seems to be a need for our math teachers to improve on their classroom management skills. On average, students reported a negative disciplinary climate in their mathematics lessons in the Philippines. A considerable proportion of students reported that they study mathematics in a disciplinary climate that is not favorable to learning. 14% of the students reported that their teacher has to wait for a long time for students to quiet down. 29% reported that students do not listen to what the teacher said. A 1 unit increase in the disciplinary climate index indicating a more positive environment led to a 16-point increase in students' mathematics score. Feeling safe at and around school. The index of feeling safe at school was relatively low in the Philippines compared to the OECD countries. On the average, 19% of the students reported that they feel unsafe at places like corridor or canteen in school, and 10% reported that they feel not safe on their way home from school. The feeling of being unsafe at school and was more commonly reported among girls than boys. For each unit increase in the index of feeling safe at home, there was a 9-point increase in students' performance in mathematics. After accounting for the socioeconomic profiles of both students and schools. On bullying, the incidence of bullying in schools in the Philippines had decreased between 2022 and 2018. However, it remained a pervasive problem more so among boys and those in public schools. Almost 1 in every 3 students reported experiencing bullying at school at least once a week. Students who experienced bullying at least a few times a month scored 11 to 44 points lower in mathematics. On student truancy. Student truancy was measured by asking students how many times they had skipped classes or days of school 2 weeks prior to the PISA test. In the Philippines, at least 1 in every 4 students reported having skipped at least one class or day of school with a higher prevalence among socio-economically advantaged students. Boy, boys, socioeconomic students, boys and those attending public schools. Students who reported having skipped at least a class or day of school scored 25 points lower in mathematics. On long-term absenteeism is defined as having missed school for more than 3 months in a row. The incidence of long-term absenteeism in the Philippines, 30%, was almost 4 times higher than OECD countries on average, that is 8%. It was more commonly reported among boys and students in the public schools. Long-term truant, at least once at any education level, tended to score lower by 56 score points in mathematics. Family situations being board and school closures remain the primary reasons for long-term absenteeism. Grade repetition. One in every four students in the Philippines reported to have repeated the grade at least once, more so among boys and those in public schools. Grade repeaters were the ones who were truant, low achievers, bullied, and had a low sense of belonging at school. Students who repeated a grade at least once in elementary or secondary school scored lower by 53 and 57 points in mathematics, respectively. Student teacher ratio and class size. The average student teacher ratio in the Philippines increased from 26 in 2018 to 30 in 2022. This was higher than OECD average, which is 12. Similar to 2018, the average class size in the Philippines was 43, higher than OECD average, which is 26. Both the student-teacher ratio and class size was higher in public schools than in private schools in the Philippines. Education systems that reported lower student-teacher ratios and smaller class size generally showed higher mathematics score. Parental involvement in school-related activities. Just like in 2018, the parental involvement in school-related activities was still high in the Philippines compared to OECD countries on average, considering the COVID-19 related school closures. For instance, 61% of the students were in schools whose school principals reported that at least half of all families volunteered in physical or extracurricular activities. On family support, while the parental involvement was high in the Philippines, the index of family support in the Philippines was negatively and significantly lower than the OECD countries on average. According to the students' report, only about 1 out of 3 of their parents took interest in what they had been learning at school, 29%. Asked what they did in school, 31%, encouraged them to get good marks, 33%, and talked with them about their future, 31%, or spent time just talking with them, 32%, in almost everyday basis. Accordingly, only 1 out of 4 parents discussed how well they had been doing at school, 24%, and the importance of completing senior high school, 26%. Students in more supportive homes were more likely to perform better in mathematics. A 1 unit increase in the index of family support in the Philippines was associated with a 13-point increase in the mathematics score of students after accounting for their ESCS and their school's ESCS. The family support, especially when provided in a frequent basis, resulted in even greater improvement in students' performance. For instance, eating together every day or spending time talking with children almost every day had increased students' performance in mathematics by 44 score points and 33 score points, respectively. All other forms of family support had increased mathematics performance by at least 13 to 26 score points. In terms of the shortage of educational staff, the percentage of students in the Philippines that were in schools whose principal reported that the school's capacity to provide instruction is hindered by a lack of teaching staff and by inadequate or poorly qualified teaching staff had increased between 2018 and 2022. In 2018, the corresponding proportions were 19% and 8%. A one-unit increase in the index of shortages of education staff resulted in a decrease in math scores by 6 score points before accounting for the students' and schools' socio-economic profile. In terms of the shortage of educational materials, the index of shortage of educational material in the Philippines was relatively high compared to the OECD countries. At least half of the students were in schools whose principal reported that the school's capacity to provide instruction is hindered by a lack of educational materials or inadequate or poor educational materials. A one-unit increase in the index of shortage of educational materials resulted to a decrease in mathematics performance by 4 score points. Teacher qualification. The number of fully certified teachers in the Philippines was higher than in OECD countries on average, but OECD countries on average had more teachers with specialized education and possessed post-baccalaureate degrees. On the attendance to pre-primary education, while the majority of Filipino students, 84%, especially girl students from advantaged backgrounds and students from private schools, reported having attended pre-primary education for at least 1 year, the percentage of those who had not attended increased between 2018 and 2022. Students who attended pre-primary education for at least 1 year but less than 2 years scored 26 points higher than those who did not attend or attended for less than a year. On food security, 12% of students reported that they came to school without eating every day or almost every day. Food insecurity was found to be associated with mathematics performance. On education spending, the average spending per student in the Philippines in US dollars is 11,030, is nine times lower than that across OECD countries, 102,612 US dollars. This only suggests that developing countries such as the Philippines are often under-resourced. Education spending was estimated based on the average cumulative spending per student from 6 years old to 15 years old. On ongoing efforts of the DepEd to improve learner performance under the Matatag Education Agenda, considering all the findings in PISA 2022, DepEd is currently undertaking the following, among others, under the Matatag Education Agenda, the following programs. We have the National Learning Recovery Program and its sub-programs such as the National Math and Reading Programs and National Learning Camp, pilot implementation of the Matatag curriculum, professional development of teachers and school leaders, career progression of teachers, removal of non-teaching tasks, hiring of administrative officers, creation of Learner Rights Protection Office, lobbying for increased funds for school feeding program. On ways to forward, moving forward, DepEd will continue to provide strategic directions to ECCD, LCC, and TEC, strengthen teacher support and train teachers on the Matatag curriculum, implement Catch-up Fridays, which has started last January, launch digital education, and sustain work on the National Learning Recovery Program. This is all, honorable senators. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. Senator Bina, any questions to start off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Siguro, Dr. Benito, can you cite examples of anong questions yung tinatanong for math or science? Ano yung, kasi di ba parang, anong type of questions yung kayang sagutin ng estudyante natin?
Meron pong sa PISA test items po, meron po tayong tinatawag na different levels din po on the cognitive levels. So, doon po sa level 1, meron ba tayong meron po sana kaming examples talaga para not my own example, para yun talaga po yung part of the PISA. Yes, yes.
Actual or
Yes po, this was released by PISA po. So can you have that?
Can you flash it
Yes.
on the screen so we can all see it, and yung mga hindi makakasagot ho dito hindi kakain. Walang lunch, walang merienda. No? So, pag hindi mali sagot niyo, hindi ho kayo kakain today.
Yung level 1, level 2, level 3, meron po. Kasi po yung minimum level is level 2. So we can show them the test item.
Comsec, can we flash it, Comsec? During the public presentation of DepEd, I remember you showed a sample question, no? And I'll let Senator Binay comment first before I make my comments. But it's good to it's a good question, so that everyone will have appreciation of what PISA is, no? Because sometimes we just look at the numbers, but we don't have appreciation of the contents of PISA.
and siguro, Mr. Chairman, habang piniprepare yung yung questions ho ba dun sa minimum level, na ituturo ho ba yun dun sa mga estudyante natin?
Dr. Benito.
Yung PISA items po, when it was developed, it was also a field trial. So kami po yung nag-field trial, being the National Center for PISA in the Philippines. We field trialed these test items that was supposed to be given during the main survey. So, dahil na field trial po namin yon, at based on that field trial, kinuha po namin yung mga items that are acceptable, which means na yung acceptable items po ay in terms of difficulty level and index of discrimination. Yung index of discrimination po, ang sinasabi lang po noon ay itong item na ito ay nakaka-distinguish between the poor performers and the high performers. So, ganun po yung analysis ng mga test items na ginagawa during the field trial. And this was sent to the OECD. Lahat po ng countries nag-undergo ng field trial. That was a year. Actually po, sa April po kami mag-field trial for the 2025. So we hope that during the field trial ay maganda yung mga resulta rin para yung mga items na actually ang tinitingnan po ito bang items na ito ay hindi acceptable o acceptable. Kung hindi po acceptable yon, hindi po yung sinasama sa main survey.
Like, yung, paano ko ba explain yan? Yung, di ba may mga sets of question. Para sa akin kasi, paano masasagot ng estudyante kung hindi yun na ituturo as part of the curriculum? Yeah, Mr. Chairman, maybe we can
May I
recognize.
answer?
Yes, go ahead,
Kasi,
Dr.
Olegaria from
Olegaria.
Youth College of Education.
Go ahead.
Kasi kami nakakausap namin ng mga teachers, nakakausap namin ng mga estudyante. Usually, nung nakita nga nila yung PISA, sinasabi nila na, ay, hindi sanay ang mga bata dyan. No? So hindi siya natuturo talaga sa classrooms natin. Kasi basically, yung mga questions sa PISA, ano siya, no, supposedly practical, real-life situations, applying mathematics, science, and of course, reading. Sa reading, ang masyado tayong exposed sa, for example, fiction, yung mga ganun, no? Pero yung everyday things na nakita natin sa paligid, graphs, hindi sanay yung mga bata sa ganon. Pagdating sa science, sa math naman, ang math kasi more on ano tayo, minimemorize natin yung formulas, how to solve the problems, may formulas na yung mga yan. Pero pagdating sa PISA, ano siya, i-a-analyze mo talaga yung problems na iso-solve. Pagdating sa science, ganun din, no? Yun nga yung parang nakasulat, di ba? Simple experimentation. Pero basically kasi tayo, ang experimentation natin sa schools, we just follow the steps, di ba? Yung, it's like following a cookbook. But here, you have to imagine No, yung kailangan mo imagine kung paano mo sasagutin, experimenting in your mind. No? So kung hindi sanay ang mga bata na nag-experiment sa sarili nila, hindi nila kayang sagutin 'yon. So basically, yun yung pinaka-core problem. Yun yung when it comes to the questions.
So parang may disconnect in a
Yes.
way.
Sinabi ng
Yung
mga
tinuturo natin sa eskwelahan, doon sa tinatanong sa PISA.
Yes, kasi basically nga dapat ang tinuturo na natin sa eskwelahan ngayon ay solving real life problems. Nandun na tayo authentic learning na tayo, no? So, pero kaya sinasabi ng mga teachers, hindi kaya ng mga bata yan. Sabi ko, hindi, kaya nila yan, hindi lang natin na ituturo. Kaya baka kaya sinasabi na it's unadmissible. What's the term again earlier? I don't know what's the basis for that. Pero basically, yun nga, hindi kaya ng bata dahil hindi natin na ituturo.
Dr. Balagtas, I think you were raising your hands.
Honorable Senators and everyone, good morning. I was one of the PISA monitors in 2022. So let me share my observations. Aside from being one of the, I think, 3 of us were commissioned to be monitors, we also did an analysis of the framework, of the assessment framework of PISA for all the 3 major areas, reading, mathematics, and scientific literacy, and all the innovative areas like global citizenship, critical thinking, financial literacy, and the like. And for mathematics, for example, because I also did a thorough analysis on the framework of mathematics and compared that with the teacher education program, the policy standards and guidelines of the Commission on Higher Education for those specializing in mathematics. So I examined the framework, and the assessment framework in mathematics, for example, is very multidimensional. Aside from it assesses content and competencies, it also requires embedding of content and competencies in different context dimensions, from personal to occupational to scientific and global context. We are not used to that, meaning it's really applying. You are being tested as to how well you know or proficient you are in your knowledge and in competencies when applied in different contexts. There is also an integration of 21st century skills. In our national assessments, for example, we only emphasize critical thinking, problem solving, and information literacy. But in PISA 2022, because this was introduced only in the recent cycle, they included 8 areas of 21st century skills, and these are as follows. Critical thinking is one, creativity, research and inquiry, self-direction, initiative and persistence, information use, systems thinking, communication, and reflection. There were 8 21st century skills, but we only emphasize in our national assessments 3. So this is one area. And in our study, we found out that even the PSGs released by the Commission on Higher Education for pre-service teachers, there's limited alignment or capturing of these required 21st century skills. Limited, particularly in inquiry and self-direction, initiative and persistence, and reflection. Thank you.
And would you recommend that we start shifting our methodology or our curriculum parang geared towards that type of teaching?
First of all, the intention of the K-12 law is to develop Filipino learners who are equipped with 21st century skills and to make them globally competitive. And so if we are really serious about making them globally competitive, I think international benchmarking will do. And so it is to me, it is important that we look at the assessment frameworks. PISA is really very comprehensive. It gives us a lot of lessons on how we could improve our curriculum just looking at the assessment framework alone. Thank you.
I would also like to add, because your question is, do we need to change the paradigm? We need to change the paradigm. The K-12 is supposedly constructivist paradigm, but it's the implementation that we're not we're not implementing it to the fullest. Like, we still tend to be behaviorist in paradigm, no? Meaning more on the memorization side, the task performance would still be more the lower order thinking skills than the application, yung application of the knowledge. The way the performance task should be like that, application of the knowledge in problem solving. Basically, problem solving.
Let me continue with what Senator Binay. You want to please join the table and identify yourself. Okay, are you with the same group? Okay, okay. You can pull a chair and participate. No, we want to get as many opinions and analysis as possible, especially from our experts. I understand you're from the
Anyway, I can just
UP College of Education, correct? So, we'll, yeah, please sit, so that
I'm
you'll be
from-
comfortable. Please take a seat. Yan. Okay, and then you can identify yourself, your organization, and you can join
I'm
the discussion.
Dr. Erlina Ronda from UP NISMED. That's part of the tri-unit of College of Education, UPIS, and then UP NISMED. And we do a lot of teacher training and observation in the field. And as far as the questions of the sample questions for PISA, they are not in alignment with what is going on in the field. In fact, in our recent professional development, we asked the teachers to bring their quarterly exam and end of year exam, and then we ask them to analyze it in relation to PISA. And almost all of them, 90% is level 1C. So there's no wonder that our achievement is also at the level 1C. And as far as the mathematics content is concerned, we are teaching it. In fact, the question of last is just about ratio, which is taught in the elementary. But as already said, it's in the question is framed within a particular situation. The first release question, that is question number 2. The first question is about also the use of Excel. And our learners do not learn mathematics that uses software. And the question in PISA asks them to manipulate the data using the functionalities of Excel, and we don't have that.
Can we flash the
Question item 1.
question item that Senator Binay requested there? So we'll hand out pieces of paper later on, including the cameramen. No? Pag hindi nyo nasagot yan, walang kakain ngayon. No? But kidding aside, this is the sample question, no? That Senator Binay requested. This is for math, no? Dr. Benito.
Ma'am, ito yung basic, I mean, ito yung minimal na question.
That's for the level 2. Minimum
Minimum.
proficiency. Yes po.
Can I...
Lower.
Okay. Can I continue my... For example, in that question, at our level, the question is just how many red triangles would be there in the next level? That is the kind of questions that our learners are exposed to. But to compare the red and the blue in really as a percentage, I don't think they are exposed to that.
Madaling sabihin na there's what, 6 blues,
Yes.
but yung percentage na in relation to the red.
Because that is now another situation in which they can apply percentage, which is in geometry.
And then, dun ho tayo parang hindi umaabot dun sa stage na i-compute mo siya in a percentage form.
Yes, you employ an arithmetic concept in geometry. In that case, it's geometry and patterns.
Just to add, one example no na ginagamit ko example lagi. Ask everyone in this room how big our room is now in square meter in the area of our in square meters of the room. Not all of us will be able to answer correctly. Why? But we've been computing areas for several years from elementary to high school. Why are we not able to simply estimate the area of our room? Because we don't do that, which we should be doing. We should be measuring, diba? Measuring before computing. All we do in our classes is compute. Without the measurement, without the real life situations, real life contexts.
So parang, ma'am, sinasabi niya, like, for example, siguro in a classroom setting, if you're teaching measurements, dapat sabihin ni teacher na parang, oh, let's measure the table.
Yes.
Diba?
In
Or-
centimeters, in millimeters, in inches, lahat yan. But tayo nga sabihin, how far is 100 meters? Sige nga, 200 meters, 500 meters, distance na yan. We study about distance, but we cannot even say how far it is. Not all of us can say that, can answer that. Can we? 500 meters, how far is that? Simple lang yun.
Let me pursue the line of questioning of Senator Binay because this is a good topic. In simple terms, no, I want to keep it simple so that everyone will understand. PISA measures what you know and apply what you know, correct? So that in simple terms, I'm not going to make it complicated. No? So they will test the 15-year-old on what he knows, what he or she knows in terms of math, reading, and science, and apply that knowledge to real-world scenarios, correct? Because at the end of the day, when that child graduates, it's the application of knowledge what's important, correct? But in the application of knowledge, you also have to analyze and to think, correct? More than memorize, no? Diba? So, what I'm getting right now from our friends from the UP School of Education is, based on your analysis, our curriculum, both pre-service and at the at in DepEd, is focused on memorization. That's based on your analysis, not on application. Is that description correct po?
Yes, not just memorization, but lower order thinking skills.
Low order thinking
So
skills.
we're still more on the traditional type. We may the students may be performing, but the performance task given is more on the singing, dancing, but not really on the performing the mathematical thinking, performing the scientific thinking, performing reading analysis, those levels.
So, ma'am, parang, would it be safe to assume, well, I'm 50 years old ho. When I was 15, I grew up yun nga i-memorize mo kasi may exam ka the next day and then afterwards hindi mo na alam, 'di ba? Would the same methodology of teaching ganun pa din ho ba ngayon?
Yes. Same, still the same. So, I tried answering the questions, for example, in science. Medyo okay naman ako sa math pero pagdating sa science, sabi ko, I realized that, oh my goodness, so my knowledge in science is so poor. Meaning, I've only memorized the books. I got very good grades in science, but I couldn't answer the questions because I couldn't imagine in my mind how to answer those questions.
So, kasi I have 4 kids and parang I opted to bring them to a non-traditional school setting. So, like for example, meron ho silang mga kunyari, culinary lessons. I think doon nila ini-incorporate na when you measure, let's say, yung water to mix with doon lumalabas yung application of math, I would assume, and then yung temperature ng oil would probably be the science portion of that simple, program na magluluto lang yung mga bata, but they would already incorporate science, math, and
Yes.
reading into that simple event. ganun ho ba yung, in a way, parang nire-recommend nyo na unti-unting mag-shift to that
Yeah.
type of methodology?
But that's a lower level pa. No, that's more on the measuring pa lang eh. So meaning measuring, at least they can imagine how much is 350 milliliter, di ba? 50 milliliter. Eh tayo, yung iba, na-imagine ba yon? We compute volumes. But can students really imagine, for example, how the volume of 500 milliliter or let's say 5,000 milliliters? Gaano kadami yon? Diba? Then may mga problems na isa-solve. Kung hindi natin ma-imagine, eh paano pa tayo pupunta sa next step? So the first step is really, because diba, to be able to solve mathematical problems, you need to visualize the problem. So that's our problem.
Yes, Yusek, Attorney Malaluan.
Magandang umaga po, Your Honors. We miss you. Yun pong, baka po pag-ibahin yung sa curriculum, dun sa mga familiarization materials na produce bilang kasama sa paghahanda nung 2022 ay minap yung content knowledge nung PISA at yung ding curriculum ng Department of Education at nakikita yung mga content knowledge na yon na paksa ng PISA exam doon sa curriculum. So they were able to map it except for just a few competencies that was not in the same year levels. So naandun sa curriculum, yung content knowledge na paksa ng PISA, pero yung sa pamamaraan ng pagtuturo nito, yung learning resources na ginagamit ng Department of Education, pamamaraan ng pagtatanong at kakayahan ng mga guro, doon may gap. At itong exposure ng mga guro at saka ng school leaders and school administrators dito sa panibagong international standards ng pag-deploy ng kaalaman na yon at pag-measure ng kaalaman na yon is a very important exposure that is needed by the education system as a whole, from policy, school management, learning resources. So napakalaki ng kailangang habulin at kung hindi magkakaroon ng participation sa assessments na ito, in fact, dahil sa katagalang hindi lumalahok sa ganitong pagsusulit, hindi talaga na expose. In fact, kagaya ng binanggit, even the programs in teacher education are not able to keep up with this rapidly changing or evolution of competency standards at the international level.
Mr. Chairman, but in a way, para sa akin, good news na din ho, na kahit papano, kumbaga, naumpisahan natin kasi nabanggit nyo nga ho, parang may content, ano na ba kay placement or whatever. So, at least meron na tayong may naumpisahan na compared to mag-uumpisa pa lang, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Director Andaya.
Thank you, honorable senators. Good morning, everyone. I'm currently the regional director of DepEd NCR, but I was once the director of the Bureau of Curriculum Development, where we reviewed the curriculum, and that's why we came up with the Matatag curriculum. But nowhere in the review did it come out that we focused on the lower level thinking skills. In fact, in the review, there were very important findings. Number one, that there were overlapping of competencies. Number two, that there were misplaced competencies, meaning competencies that should have been in grade 4 perhaps are in grade 7, something like that. And at the same time also, cognitive demand. There's high cognitive demand, meaning the curriculum has more, has leaned towards more higher order thinking skills than low level thinking skills. And that's what we addressed in the new curriculum. But that I would like to also point to what Yusek Malaluan mentioned, that we need to distinguish between curriculum, delivery, and assessment, because well, from our initial discussions, or even not initial, but in the discussions that we've had regarding PISA or even the National Achievement Test, it's just found out that our learners and even our teachers, okay, are not familiar with the types of tests that are given by PISA. It's born by several of the observations we have made during the course of the discussion on international assessments po. Thank you.
All of us in this room agree that PISA is assessing or testing the right the right the, what it's testing what our learners should be learning. Correct? Walang debate diyan, no? There's no debate that PISA is testing what we should be teaching our children, no? And one of which is how to apply that knowledge, correct? I think everyone agrees with that. So, if everyone agrees with that, then where is the gap? Where is the gap now? Because we all agree that it's testing what our children should be learning, therefore what they should be applying. So, where is the gap? Is the gap at the pre-service level, meaning the way our teachers are being taught in college and universities? Is it in our curriculum? Is it in the implementation of the curriculum? So I want to ask our experts. No? Anyone can answer, because Senator Binay pointed out a very good topic. Where's the gap then? No, tama kasi yung tinetesting eh. No? We all agree. But where is now the gap? Yes, Dr. Padilla, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. In the field of education, there is such a thing that we call the intended curriculum, which is the curriculum on paper. Whether it is the pre-matatag full-blown K-12 curriculum or the new matatag curriculum. That's the intended curriculum on paper. And then there is the implemented curriculum. So how much of the curriculum has actually been implemented and how by our teachers in the classroom? Then we go to assessment. That is the learned curriculum. How much of what was supposedly taught was learned? So the PISA results, as well as the CPLM from before, the grade 5, they show us what the learned curriculum is on the part of the kids. So there is the bigger question is what happens day to day in the classroom. So there is a question of delivery. And if we look at research here and in other countries, when we look at learning outcomes, inevitably, what has been shown as the biggest factor is the quality of instruction. And the quality of instruction is linked to teacher quality in terms of knowledge and competencies learned or acquired from pre-service education and in-service training. In fact, there's a very good study, there's a very good paper released by PIDS on teacher education, and if I may be allowed to read some of it, it actually looks at an adapted teacher pathway model that looks at what can be done in the pre-service phase and also in the in-service phase. And I quote, I read, for pre-service, we need to attract potential teachers. So we have to select education students, those who would enroll in education as a degree. So that would mean a review of teacher policies as well and ensuring accessibility and affordability. So we have to ask ourselves, how do our TEIs, most of which are underperforming in the LET or have been for many years now underperforming in the LET, how do they screen possible education students. So included as well in the pre-service phase is developing those students. So that involves ensuring quality of TEI programs. So we look at TEIs, their programs, how they're delivered, even the quality of teacher educators like ourselves. And also included there is equipping teachers with theoretical, pedagogical, and 21st century skills. So there's a need to equip teachers, all those, the ones that are expected of teachers to teach our students, which our friends from NISMED have found to be lacking among teachers in the field. Now, if I may continue, in service, now we're talking about teachers in the field now, that would involve recruiting, certifying, and hiring new teachers. How do we hire new teachers? Some teachers in the field still report that it's a matter of who you know. That's why I said some, okay? But it also behooves us to look at the let. If you cannot teach in basic education schools without a without a license, then it's safe to assume that most of the teachers practicing in basic ed actually have license. They passed the let. How come that does not translate to quality instruction and quality learning outcomes? And then the other one is retaining quality teachers, so that would involve supporting teacher needs. And the same paper of PIDS reports that many teachers in the field report that their needs are not adequately met in terms of teaching learning materials or instructional materials that they need, as well as teaching the students better. And these are all from the paper of the uh, Philippine Institute for Development Studies, titled Embracing Challenges, Envisioning Solutions, Advancing Teacher Education and Development in the Philippines, by Sinsay Villanueva and the head himself, Orbeta Jr. December 2023, recently released.
Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, pero yung sa paper curriculum, tama naman po.
I
Oh.
would have to agree with Director Andaya that there is really a clear intent on the part of DepEd to include higher order thinking skills. But our friends from DepEd would also say that time and again, the teachers would say, eto na naman, meron na naman topic, seminar on higher order thinking skills. Meron na naman on art of questioning. Bakit ginagawa ng DepEd? Kasi lumalabas sa test results ng mga bata, hindi pa rin nila na de-demonstrate yung higher order thinking skills. Kaya paulit-ulit, ma'am, sa mga seminars ng DepEd, nagsasawa na yung ibang teachers. Pero meron ganong intent on the part of DepEd.
But in a way, ma'am, I guess siguro moving forward, mahirap po talaga baguhin yung nakasanayan na. But I guess ang sa akin is, how do we teach our new teachers or potential teachers, diba? So meron ho ba kayong convergence with CHED? I mean, showing them the results ng PISA, na baka kailangan pati yung curriculum natin o paano natin tinuturuan yung mga guru natin, kailangan din natin baguhin. May ganun ho bang usapin between DepEd and CHED?
It's, Dr. Briones, Secretary Briones.
all 15, the assumption that all 15-year-olds of the world should be tested in the same way and should be the same. And I have noticed also that we need to integrate, to harmonize the PISA objectives with our own national development goals. Do we want to produce mathematicians or scientists who will build atomic bombs to kill millions and millions of people? Do we want to produce learners who will build, who will have factories for arms, for tanks, and all sorts of political trouble? What kind of learners are we going to produce? Only for those who are good in mathematics, good in reading, good in science. But this can be used, as I said, like the snake in the garden of evil in paradise, for good or for evil. And so we have to think in mind, even as we worry, even as we respect PISA standards and try to conform to OECD practices and standards, that we have our own development goals as well. We have our constitution, we have our laws, and there is also pressure not only from various experts around in this room, but even from parents, that perhaps we should also include teaching children good manners and right conduct. We cannot separate technology. We relate mathematics and science with technology, but science and technology without being human, without being humane, can be used, as I said, either for good or for evil. And this is why we cannot just be advising the Department of Education or educational institutions. We have to look at society itself, our constitution, our laws, and as I said, what kind of learners, what kind of humans are we trying to produce? Are we going to produce copies of OECD 15-year-olds when we know that culturally, historically, and in terms of their role in the global community are very, very different? So I was going to say this in my presentation, but I'm tempted to uh, take a step further and to go ahead because of the direction of the discussions. Um, we lecture the DepEd on what they should be doing. We know that the education in the Philippines is segmented. Unlike the performing countries where the Minister of Education, for example, in Southeast Asia, the Minister of Education regulates the schools and the universities which produce the teacher. My favorite writer, one of my favorite writers, Yuval Harari, says that where you have a brilliant student, you can be sure that there is a brilliant and effective teacher. And the discussion is going into that direction. So perhaps Senator Wynne and Senator Nancy may think of expanding, because education, it's not just DepEd. Education is not just your institution. And we always forget and ignore the fact that during the 2018 PISA results showed that there were 20 schools whose scores were either equivalent to or higher than the OECD countries. 6 public schools, 14 private schools. And maybe we can, as pointed out by Senator, we can learn from this. So I would imagine that this will not be the last discussion on not only on PISA, but harmonizing PISA with the kind of society we want to build. I am very sure that the PISA the countries who excelled in PISA can utilize their knowledge of mathematics and science either way. Even in the humanities, you have big debates among artists, among musicians on artificial intelligence, the moral and ethical aspects. So this probably would just be the beginning. Is OECD our model? Do we want to be like OECD? Do we want to conform only to OECD standards? We should not ignore our constitution. We should not ignore our laws. And we should not ignore our culture and our history. We might be focusing on being experts in mathematics, but are we producing human beings? Are we producing humans who get along with their neighbors? Humans who use whatever balance they have between science, technology, which I believe is inseparable to build a better society. Are we assuming that OECD is the model for what our learners should be and the countries from where they came from? So maybe Senator Win and Senator Nancy will prepare for much broader discussions on the matter of education. Thank you. But I
Secretary
will
Briones. And
have my chance later.
yep, but let's segue into your presentation. I understand that Simeo Inotech prepared the presentation, and let's segue to that. And then later on, we can go back to DepEd on the topics that we opened later earlier on.
With apologies to my beloved DepEd for interrupting your discussions. I speak as the center director of Simeo Inotech, which is an international organization serving the needs of ministers of education of ASEAN member countries, but which is hosted by the Philippine government. Just 3 points. One was, how did we come to a decision to participate in PISA 2018? And the decision later on to even participate in 2022, because PISA, as I said, was established in 2000. We finally decided to participate. Secondly, since the question of Senator Win is, where do you go from here? Maybe we can share the experience of what we did to prepare for 2022. And then my reflections. First, we had the decision to participate in PISA for 2018 and 2022. There were apprehensions, there was a debate, and we exchanged reflections on PISA with Andreas, who developed the from OECD, who developed the test, the examinations on 3 occasions. And the Global Teachers Forum in Dubai, I sat with him in a panel, and also in a international conference in London on how kids and teachers learn, and also in Bangkok, where ASEAN countries sat down with Andreas, exchanged experiences with each other. I have long pointed out that if we are not, if we tend to focus exclusively on PISA, education for PISA, then it can result in politicization of the PISA results as well. The practice of ranking performances of 15-year-olds all over the world may politicize and result into a big political question. Also, I pointed out that in the Philippines, there is a political risk in joining PISA at that time 2018, because historically, the results of PISA, Senator Win, correlates also with the results of our own national assessment tests. It is not as if we were ecstatic about our performance on national achievement tests, and then we cry because we did not do as well in PISA. There is a clear correlation and connection, because I remember, Joyce, I remember all the discussions and debates we had, for example, on the results of national assessments for principals, for supervisors, for superintendents, and also for learners. So at the time, we had three choices, and one is we don't participate in PISA at all. Maybe we don't believe in the validity of comparing, as I said, 15-year-olds in the same manner, with different histories, with different traumas, with different political exposures altogether. And the other alternative was, we noticed that India, for example, rested for a few years after dissatisfaction. There was so much outcry, dissatisfaction with PISA results, and for 1 or 2 seasons, and then they came back. They are not yet. They have not yet participated because they are preparing for PISA. PISA in my mind, PISA forever. And then the third alternative is to participate immediately. I was for resting and for preparing. Same with Senator Wynn. But Peru, for example, one of the countries which ranked very, very, very low in PISA, encouraged us to say, do not stop. You have to be, you must track what is happening. And so even with the risks involved, we wanted to signal our determination to confront the challenge of quality of basic education as a country, to take advantage of the assessment of international assessment experts. Although I would humbly suggest that when they prepare or formulate their questions, they invite those also from non-OECD countries and their experience. These are non-OECD people, and they shared a lot of wisdom with us. And to benchmark our performance in terms of international standards, assuming that such international standards are effective and helping maintain peace, harmony, and happiness for all of humanity. And also to generate important data for diagnostics, which we did. And Nelia and Joyce are familiar with what we did with the 2018 results, remedial action, targeting, and what the Senator Win and Nancy are doing is the monitoring side and the assessment side. Now, it was very, very vibrant debate that we engaged in, and so we did some consultations. As I said, I was for resting for a while, and but what came out in our consultation was that a great many of our advocates and our education warriors believed, and also in DepEd itself, that we should continue. The PISA 2021 was rescheduled to 2022 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, we debated with COVID and all, should we still participate in PISA, because COVID obviously affected the entire country and education in particular. So what did we do to prepare for PISA 2022? First, we participated in a regional conference on PISA participation. All of us many of the countries of the world are all very engrossed with PISA. And so we participated actively in a conference um, in Thailand, in Bangkok, in cooperation with OECD PISA, and the scores, the performances of the Philippines were analyzed. And then we developed also a professional program, Nelia knows this very well, on program on assessment with focus on PISA. And we organized a consortium, including PNU, PMEA, the LSU, and other, as I said, frontliners and education groups here in the Philippines. As Secretary of Education at that time, I planned to visit the 20 schools because we had been exerting efforts to inform the public that there are 20 schools who did very well, 6 of which were public schools, and whose scores either exceeded or equaled OECD scores, and you have 14 private schools. And as Win said, Senator Win, forgive the familiarity, said we can learn. For example, one official was asking me, why is Baguio, why is Cordillera scoring very high in English? And I answered the politician. The answer is obvious. Historically, they learned English at a very early age. And then we developed materials for public school teachers and learners, and these were publicly available. We curated supplementary sources and made available through DepEd Learning Management System. The familiarization materials were used for the regions for their field preparations. It was really a deliberate program considering the results of 2018 PISA. And unfortunately, my plan to visit the 20 schools was interrupted by the transition and the change in leadership. I visited 2 regions, including Baguio and Cordillera. I was there. Yes, and I talked with the teachers. I visited the Rizal Science High School, which had the highest scores, and the factors there which influenced the quality. One of the major factors was the clear support of the congressman and the mayor for the Science High School, and this is Vico Soto and Congressman Romulo. And in terms of equipment, they went beyond the supplemented DepEd financial support with their own support, and I was very impressed. And I talked to the principals of school, what is your secret? How come you are doing well? And so on. So I would like to say that for PISA 2018, we were able to obtain a baseline on the proficiency level of our 15-year-old learners, assuming that all 15-year-olds all over the world, different countries, different economies, must be at a particular level, which, of course, we can assess further. And the PISA 2022 results, Senator Wynn talks about the good news aspect, showed resilience in the face of the difficulties brought about by COVID, with mathematics and reading improving by 2 and 7 point scores respectively, and science declining by only 1 point score. And the result among OECD countries, the OECD countries declined by an average of 15, 10, and 2 point scores, 1 point only for the Philippines. Reading and science respectively also was better. Among our neighbors, there was significant decline in reading and science in Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Nonetheless, we say, we admit and we recognize that our scores remain at the low proficiency levels set up by OECD. Education quality does not transform overnight, but the PISA 2018 and 2022 results, combined with other historical, we have to take it in context. How did we perform in other assessment results, which we ourselves developed? And as I pointed out earlier, there is a correlation. And also the acceleration which all of us, the senators and our experts and our supporters are saying, we can further improve our preparations and perhaps hopefully our scores, prayerfully our scores, with the integration of PISA and other assessment results in the enhanced basic education information system. Have this at the back of our mind. And also large-scale assessment results should be an integral component of the planning, the monitoring, and evaluating standards of DepEd, which we also initiated. Also, we would welcome and we should encourage inter-school exchanges. And you're starting this, Senator. What's the secret? What is the formula of these high-performing regions, these high-performing schools? And obviously, it's not just DepEd. It's not just the institutions involved in educations like CHED and CHED and TESDA. It's also political support, local political support, as well as national support. And this is very clear. And also the other factors which influence the mental readiness of the child, the capacity. If DepEd, because it's always a decision, it's always a debate, if we decide to participate in PISA 2025, the familiarization materials provided and which were developed for PISA 2022 should be updated in the light of recent developments and deployed soonest because we only have 1 year left. Other countries prepare for PISA for a much longer. The obsession, if I may say so, with PISA is very, very intense and very, very competitive. And we ask ourselves, is that what we want? Is this how we want our learners to develop? And so I repeat what I said, I beg your pardon. There is a need to harmonize PISA results and objectives with national goals on education, the kind of learners we want to develop. Admittedly, we must recognize, and of course, we all know that it's not the only measure of the quality of education of this country of ours. There was a time when uh, I'm 83 years old, and it took such a long time for us to produce a Miss Universe. And there was always crying and weeping. Our Miss Philippines is so beautiful. Why is she not winning, etc. And when finally did it after so many years in winning Miss Universe, you had to have parades and so on to celebrate. We have to consider our development goals as defined by our Constitution, which places education at the top of budgetary decisions, our laws, and the kind of society, the kind of humans that we are trying to develop, the kind of people whom we want to, who aspire to inherit this country of ours and this world of ours. Thank you, Senator Win. Thank you, Senator Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Liling, for sharing with us your thoughts on PISA. And before we field questions, I'd like to call on our other resource person so that they can share with us their thoughts and opinions and also suggestions. We'll do the rounds. No?
We'll start off with PNU, Dr. Marlene Balagtas. If you have any insights on the 2022 PISA and also recommendations.
Yes, thank you, Senator Win. We actually shared our position paper, two-page position paper with Ms. Hazel. But let me share what we put there for everyone here in the whole. Well, the recent international large-scale assessments such as TEAMS 2019 or 2018 and the Southeast Asia Primary Learning Metrics in 2019 and the PISA 2018 have shown the multidimensionality of the Philippine education crisis. The students' dismal performance in mathematics, science, and reading cannot only be attributed to poor teacher quality or low expenditure in education, but also to limited school and home learning resources, inadequate preschool education, and low parental engagement in early literacy. It does not also help that there appears to be a mismatch between the language of the test and the student's home language. In addition to students' misbehavior, lack of sense of belonging in school, and low socioeconomic background. PISA 2022 confirmed that less than a quarter of the students from the Philippines meet the minimum proficiencies in mathematics, science, and reading for their age level. Aside from corroborating the results of PISA 2018, PISA 2022 results showed the impact of the pandemic and the use of gadgets and technology on students' learning. The Philippine Normal University raises three issues from the PISA 2022 results and recommends actions to address them. The first issue is on limited early literacy and inadequate home literacy. The Philippines has one of the shortest pre-primary education, only 1 year as opposed to 2 to 3 years in high-performing countries. Thus, Filipino learners begin falling short of expected competencies as early as grade 3. Moreover, Filipino parents have low engagement with their children's learning and have limited access to learning materials, if at all. Having an early start in education is a strong predictor of success in PISA and other international large-scale assessments. Similarly, parental engagement, home literacy, and availability of home resources correlate positively with better performance in mathematics. Our recommendation: there is a need to implement comprehensive literacy programs that focus on reading, mathematical, and scientific literacy from an early age. Learning must start as early as possible at home and in municipal and barangay daycare centers and nurseries. Early childhood teachers specializing in early reading and numeracy currently lack distinct licensing. Instead, educators trained for upper grades are permitted to teach in early grades. Therefore, it is recommended to review RA 7836. This is the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994 to implement licensing based on the Department of Education's key stages. Key stage 1, that's K to grade 3. Key stage 2, that's for grades 4 to 6. Key stage 3, that's grade 7 to 10. And key stage 4, that's grade 11 and 12. To encourage a culture of reading, both in schools and at home, the government should ensure that all schools and even communities have libraries where students have access to quality textbooks and literacy materials. The disadvantaged learners must likewise be provided with home learning resources. To ensure a sufficient number of qualified and well-trained early childhood teachers, the country needs to strengthen and promote the Bachelor of Early Childhood Education program and require a licensure examination for its graduates for teacher quality. The second issue that we raised is on poor learning environment. PISA 2022 showed that the Philippines has one of the most unfavorable disciplinary climates for studying mathematics. About 29% of Filipino students demonstrate the most common disciplinary problems that include inattentiveness. The Philippines also ranks high in bullying, tardiness, absenteeism, and grade repetition. Another source of distraction is the use of digital devices for social media and gaming, resulting in poor performance. About 41% of Filipino students were distracted by digital devices compared to 27% in Singapore and 14% in Vietnam and 30% in OECD countries. About 37% of our Filipino students were distracted by other students using digital devices during math class compared to just 21% in Singapore, 13% in Vietnam, and 25% in OECD countries. PISA 2022, however, showed that the students who spent up to 1 hour per day of learning on digital devices at school outperformed those who did not by 14 points. So that's OECD report. Our recommendation, therefore, is to develop guidelines for cell phone use in the classroom. Unnecessary use of cell phones in class should be banned to reduce distractions. Schools need to implement programs to increase students' ability to self-regulate their use of gadgets. Establish comprehensive support for research aimed at addressing the evolving challenges of classroom discipline, particularly in response to technological advancements, bullying, absenteeism, and grade repetition. Additionally, prioritize the development of a centralized national database to store and provide access to these crucial studies. Our third issue, the mismatch between and among the medium of instruction, the language of the test, and the language spoken by the students at home most of the time. The language of instruction in mathematics and science is a controversial and contentious issue given its impact on student learning outcomes. PISA has shown that students who speak the language of the test almost always at home perform better. Our recommendation, national policies must be data-driven and research-based. There is a need for more intensive studies to define the best language policy for schools, particularly in the teaching of mathematics and science. While theories show that using the mother tongue in the early grades facilitates learning, its implementation is problematic and causes another layer of difficulty as students transition from using the mother tongue to English in learning grade 4 mathematics and science. We conclude by saying that PISA 2022 revealed the Philippines' dismal performance in mathematics, science, and reading is a confluence of many factors which requires a whole society and systemic approach. A piecemeal and disjointed solution will not create the desired results. As disruptions occur more frequently, an effective education system must be defined by how it manages technological change and blended modalities and how policymakers and education leaders find the right balance between risk and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Balagtas. We call on UP College of Education, represented by Dr. Olegario. Any comments aside from the ones you mentioned earlier?
Okay. We don't have a presentation, but I think we've been stating our thoughts. Earlier we were talking about the implementation. No? So the problem is in the implementation, and how are we going to solve this? I believe that it's not the seminars, no, not the. We can have in-service trainings, but should be in action. If we want to teach our students how to apply the knowledge and skills in context, that's also how we are going to train our teachers. 1 week seminar is not enough. No, it should be more on mentoring the teachers. No, instead of having observations, for example, we mentor them on how to implement the curriculum properly. No, so we cannot change the whole faculty, right? When it comes to teacher quality. Tapos na screen na natin sila, nakapasa sila ng let, but we can strengthen the in-service training. But it's not the 1 week training na, ayun, ano na naman, no? High order thinking skills na naman. Pero more on talks and probably workshops. Pero ang kailangan talaga yung lessons, dandun tayo pupunta sa day-to-day activities. Hindi yung mga bonggang observations, but daily practices ng mga teachers. Dun tayo pupunta kasi yun yung area na pwede nating ma-solve. Paano ba tinuturo? 'Di ba? Kailangan ba ng maraming materials? Of course, kailangan. Pero hindi naman, hindi, yung mga materials naman nandiyan eh. Like, example, ang ruler. Saan natin ginagamit ang rulers natin? Filipinos. In Philippine classrooms. Did you ever use your ruler to measure, for example, millimeters, centimeters, inches, feet? Ginamit ba? Probably some good schools did that, but not all schools. 'Di ba? Usually, tingnan niyo, 'di ba tinatanong ko kayo anong reaction ninyo? Tumatawa kayo kasi yun ang nangyayari sa schools natin. So we have very good schools in, for example, in Metro Manila. Kasi nasa Metro Manila ako, 'di ba? So nakikita ko na yung good schools in Metro Manila train their teachers well. And it's not just yung seminar, certificates, 'di ba? Nandun tayo, binibilang natin yung certificates and seminars that we have. Minsan kahit hindi nag-attend ng seminar or absent naman talaga, may certificate pa rin, people get promoted, no? But hindi yun eh. Dapat nakikita natin talaga yung improvement. Teachers spend too much time on RPMS, for example. Yung mga ano nila, just to prove that they are of quality. But will that show quality? 'Di ba yung RPMS, meaning portfolios of teacher, they have to take pictures of their activities in class. Hindi yun ang quality eh. 'Di ba? When we talk about teacher quality, we really have to mentor the teachers in the classroom. And yung nagme-mentor, alam niya talaga kung anong kailangan gawin, no? And that's, again, yung application level, higher order thinking skills, yung proper implementation of the intended curriculum. Yun. And as a reaction to Dr. Briones then, yung problem na yung mathematics and science na parang gagamitin for, when we teach math and science, for example, we can teach that with those subjects with values. No, so in context and with values, ganun din, no? Literacy, when we have high levels of literacy, our citizens will be able to, for example, identify fake news, propaganda, manipulations. No, so having all those competencies will help us as a country to become better individuals and to have a better nation. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Oligario. We call on PBED, represented by Mr. Lawrence Malasa. Yeah.
Good morning. Good day, everyone, especially to our Honorable Senator Win and Senator Nancy. Allow me to read our statement in response to the performance of our country with regards to the 2022 PISA results. The country's dismal ranking in the 2022 PISA for the second time is a clear indication that much work still needs to be done. The poor performance of our learners is not just a problem of education alone, but our country as a whole. The weaknesses in our basic education system will eventually translate into the weakness of our workforce, affecting our productivity and which is our key source for our economic growth and competitiveness. Our learnings from the recent PISA results should drive us to urgently address learning gaps and implement remediation programs properly so that our learners will not be left behind. Sufficient support must also be provided for our teachers and to our schools so that we could foster a better learning environment. As the voice of business in education reform, we hope to rally once more our partners in the industry, government, and academe to take action for education through the window of opportunity that we have in the ongoing work of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, or EDCOM 2. Now more than ever, the PISA results show the dire need of Filipino learners of our full support. The state of education in the Philippines demands immediate attention, collective effort, and a commitment to improvement so that we can give our children the best learning experience that they deserve. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you to PBED. Dr. Antonio Del Carmen of PAPSCO, Philippine Association of Private Schools, Colleges, and University, who's a member of COCOPEA, I understand.
Yes, Senator. Good morning, Senator Nancy, Senator Vin. And well, we yet are to craft in unofficial position paper, but we just would like to express that the private education institutions are very much concerned and alarmed, but not surprised on the results of PISA. No, we have been harping on delivering quality education, and there are so many components that are really affecting our inability, no, to deliver quality education. And I just would like to focus on a few of them. No, one of these is of course the overcrowding of our schools. No, we need to try to harmonize or maximize the limited resources that our country has. No, we know that it's a mandate of the government to provide education for all. No? But the private sector is also here to complement that role of government. No, so maybe it's about time that we continue discussing how we can pursue complementarity as far as delivering quality education is concerned. No? We talk about absorptive capacities of public and private schools, and maybe that's where we can start our discussions. No, we're happy that we are now discussing with DepEd on a framework on complementarity, and we would like to extend that discussion not only in the DepEd level, but also in the Tibet and in the higher education level. No? Of course, there's also our problem on teachers. No, we have been talking about the reorientation, reskilling, retooling, or the upskilling of our teachers. No, but at the same time, we also have problems in the private sector on the pirating of our teachers in the public, the migration of our teachers from private to public. No, which again creates a problem for the private education sector. No. So we just would like to focus on those 2 points at this point, because we know that it takes a community really to educate a child, no? And we need to approach this on a more holistic manner, no? Pero isa-isa lang. Medyo mahina ang kalaban, no? Marami tayong problema sa ating bansa, no? But I think if we can really sit down together, both the public and the private, so that we can find a way to truly complement the limited resources that we both have, so that more and more, maybe not all, but more of our students can be given quality education. No? Yun lang po, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Del Carmen. We'll call on Dr. Santos of ACTRC. Any comments on PISA?
Good morning, Senator. We don't have a presentation or position paper, but I'd like to point out some comments based on the presentations that were given earlier. So first is the results of the PISA showed that we have a very low proficiency level, and this is quite similar with the results of the National Achievement Test. So in other words, hindi siya surprising in that sense, but one of the things that we have to ask ourselves, for example, how do we improve from here? So, for example, the National Achievement Test focuses on the 21st century skills, the three 21st century skills that were mentioned earlier. So the question is, ano saan ba yung problema? That was one of the questions that you were asking earlier. The question is also, alam ba ng teachers kung paano ituro itong 21st century skills na to? Kasi dito natin tinetest yung mga estudyante. So if we see that the results are low, paano magkakaroon ng remediation? How do we improve this 21st century skills among the students kung hindi alam ituro ng mga teachers itong mga 21st century skills na to? So that's one thing that I'd like to point out from the discussion earlier. The second one is I would like to point out two advantages, I guess, of participating in PISA 2022. DepEd, BEA, in coordination with ACT-RC, did a learning loss study during the pandemic. So we did, I think it was presented in one of the Senate hearings before, wherein BEA and ACT-RC did computer-based NAT, and we compared the 2018 NAT results for grade 6 and grade 10. And for grade 6, we did see some significant decrease in the scores. However, for grade 10 students, we did not see a significant decrease. And I think that is quite consistent with this one, which is a larger scale study in the PISA 2022. These are majority of the students, if I'm not mistaken, from these 15-year-olds are from grade 10. So we also did not see a significant decrease in their scores after the pandemic. So I think this is one advantage of this, because we have empirical evidence on what happened during the pandemic. Did we experience learning loss for this particular set of students? For the results of PISA, particularly for reading and mathematics, are also being used to report the SDG 4.1.1C, which is the proportion of students or learners at the end of lower secondary meeting the minimum proficiency level. So for reporting for UNESCO Institute of Statistics, for example, we have this data in comparison with other countries. In CPLM, for instance, we are using those results for the SDG 4.1.1 A and B. So I think that's also one of the one of the advantages of participating in PISA 2022. Now, in relation to what Dr. Balagtas from PNU presented earlier, she mentioned that the participation in preschool or preschool attendance, parental engagement, home resources, bullying, absenteeism, and grade repetitions, these things they have a significant contribution in the achievement of the students based on PISA. But I was also involved in the analysis of CPLM 2019, and I also did an analysis of TEAMS 2019. These variables, this set of variables are consistently, pare-pareho yung results na itong mga variables na to, they have significant impact on the performance of the students. So hindi lang isang assessment yung nagsasabi na ganito yung effect ng preschool attendance and so on. Tatlo na to, actually even in 2018, ganun din. So I hope this inputs, kasi consistent na siya, even there are some actions that can be done to address these variables or contextual factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Agtas. And we saw the same Santos pala. No, I was looking at the wrong list. Thank you, Dr. Santos. And we do have the same results. No, when we were looking at CPLM, there's also a question there on bullying. It's also consistent with what PISA saw in terms of bullying. No, so bullying is definitely a big problem in our country, although it went down in the 2022 results, probably because of the pandemic, but still on the high side compared to other countries. And we invited some experts from the Psychological Services Institute, MLAC Institute for Psychological Services, to share with us those their thoughts on bullying. But before we before we call on Dr. Murillo or Miss Murillo, we've been talking about solutions, and for me, no better way of finding a solution than those who can present solutions and who've been doing well in PISA consistently. So we invited, and I'll show on the screen, no, the regional results for 2022. There, no, the red bar is national, and you can see reading, mathematics, and science. The top three will be NCR, Cordillera Administrative Region, and Region 4A, no? Consistently in all three subject areas. So we invited the regional directors of all those three regions to share with us their secret. Sabi nga ni Secretary Briones, ano yung sikreto nila, no? And in NCR, some schools even surpass OECD average, no? So we invited the three regional directors, and we'll start off with the birthday girl, since it's her birthday, to share with us what are their activities there, no, that led to the good performance of their schools and their students in relation to PISA. No?
Good noon, Senator Win and Senator Binay. Thank you for being here again together with the regions with most resources. CAR has the least resource when it comes to our schools, but indeed the performance in the PISA had proven that sometimes it is how we use the resources, available resources, and not really the quantity of resources. So it's really a known thing that in the Cordillera, as early as even 1 month, a parent speaks to her child in English, even if probably that child doesn't even hear what he is talking about, maybe because of the earlier history. But definitely, Cordillera administrative regions or Cordillerans, the top priority of Cordillerans, whether they are rich or poor, is education. No? And somehow that has given the support that we have when it comes to education. Listening to the different observations, I agree with most of the observations of our different partners from PNU, from UP, on the things that they have seen in our schools. No? And I'd like to mention that in 2018, Baguio National High School, a premier school, no, really performed well because it's in the city of Baguio where resources are always available, and then monitoring is done with more personnel also, because the local government, aside from the usual personnel hired by DepEd, the LGU pays teaching and non-teaching personnel, just so there will be more people who will attend to our learners. And then one, Gohang National High School, is in Banawe. And being in Banawe, they are also visited by tourists, and some also give help to these schools. And for this, for 2022, no, these schools which were identified are really, two of these belong to the last mile school. One is an integrated school in Bacon, Sagpat Integrated School. The other one is in Corner, no, which is also in far-flung area, and of course one at the center, which is a private school. And as mentioned by Ma'am Liling, thank you, and of course Yusek Nepo, it indeed helped us when we had known that these schools which belong to the last mile schools would be included in the PISA. And they asked us to visit, and I personally visited these schools. And what I found out really is, like Sagpat Integrated School, Sen, they didn't have computers. No, so how can they answer the exam without any computer? So what we did is to borrow some computers from Kapangan, no, and then bring it to Bacon, and then also ask for the help of the local government for the provision of generator, no, because the the electricity is not that stable, and then also, of course, help for the Wi-Fi. And honestly, because of the guidance, we really had to help them answer tests using the ones provided by DepEd, HATS questions, using the computer. No, and I think we had less than a month doing that. That's why even Saturday we went there just to show also our support. And from there, I will mention that there are things that may not be answered by the resources, but actually the resource is there within the community itself. No? And this is the same thing with Connor. No, when we went there are computers, but there's only one computer teacher. And when we asked them to work on these computers, these are high school. Some didn't even know how to open because there are 15 years old who are still in grade 7, so they did not have any computer class yet. And in the elementary, they did not have some computers. So we also had to guide them. But again, the problem is internet and the Wi-Fi and also electricity. So the same, we had to ask help from the community as well as from the LGU. Both schools had a very supportive local government, Apayao as well as in Benguet, Bacon. So we had series of that's what we have been reporting to Ma'am Liling during the Mancom of what can be done. So aside from that, of course, would be because we were asked that all learners who are interested to join 15 years old, we are supposed to accept. It's not telling that, oh, your grades are low, you are not supposed to join, no, be absent. No, we did not do that. We all accommodated and explained it to the parents. And these learners live in far-flung barangays. So what we do? We offered a part of the classroom for them to stay, no, when we were having the dry run, especially the night before the exam. No, because if they still have to walk from their barangay going to the school and take the exam, I think they will not be able to really perform. So aside from the dry run with the computers, and we provided food for them because we have heard also that in the questions, we have students who come to school with empty stomach. No? Kaya nga maganda yung feeding program. So that is what we have done. And also the teachers, no? These teachers, especially in the integrated school, they are not that familiar to some of the subjects, no, in the higher order thinking skills because we do not really have those teachers who are really specialized, no, in the different sub majors of that subject kasi nga integrated school. So some of them are actually teaching in the elementary and some are not even permanent. They are school board paid teachers. And so they had, together with the learners, they're also learning, no, when we had these short courses of training. So that from this, we conclude that probably one reason, no, and I agree with what you have mentioned, that some schools do not perform is not because they are born that way, but maybe because aside from the resources, they are not given enough teachers to teach such major. I could still recall, and I'm looking at UP Nesmed. I am a BS Bio graduate, and I went to teaching. And since I was teaching science, I have been trained in UP Nesmed for the 2 months that you had been, so thank you very much, which we missed this time. So that's one of the recommendation that we are having, that when it comes to non-majors, it's not just 1 week. It is supposed to be a rigid training with applications because we are graded, Senator. So if you do not really perform, then you will not pass, no? So your grade will be that low. That kind of training we miss, no? But despite these challenges, as a car region, wherein our mantra is weaver of hope and transformation, as I said, we did our best, no, to prepare for them, so that it's kasi innate in a Cordilleran, no, that we have this indigenous knowledge which is Inayan, the Inayan. Kasi the Inayan would tell us that our forefathers, our would not be happy if we are not performing, no? So we always have that in mind, no? If we can be able to do something but we did not do it, then it's Inayan in our culture, no? So sayang, no? So that um uh, what we did, as I mentioned, is to do the dry run, expose them to HATS questions, to provide food, and then to always give the inspiration, no? And from this, I'd like to mention also that even before knowing that we have the PISA, we have established programs per division. We have the reading program, and we have which is focused on literacy, but of course numeracy is also there. And these programs are not only owned by the Department of Education, but it is also owned by the community and the local government, because like when we bought the Scholastica, it's the local government which paid for the Scholastica materials. Like when we had the computer, the Starlink, it's an NGO who paid for it, no, because we cannot buy for it. So it's a whole of a community approach or whole of region approach, which I think is working in the Cordillera. And I like to go directly to the considerations. No, with all of this, I would still would ask that considerations to DepEd, no, to especially in the Cordillera with less resources, would be for allocation of funds for computers and internet connection is deemed crucial for research as well as innovation, as well as in the participation in tests. Because after we had finished the exam, we had to bring back the computers to the schools where it belonged. So only a few were left. And sometimes a disadvantage becomes an advantage, because when some NGO knew that they didn't have computer, some of them donated to Sagpat Integrated School. But of course, they need more. Another one would be the professional training for teachers, as I mentioned, and exposure of learners to high order thinking skill questions is really an identified factor and is really necessary. There was a question on why then, if we have this, why is it that somehow we still did not do well? Honestly, this is for me, no, we still have a problem on implementation unless we really go. Because for me, if I do not have work in the office, I really go to the classroom and I observe classes. I try to let them answer questions. They answer me in one sentence. No, so we have to train teachers how to let these learners really answer critical high order thinking skills. So admittedly, no, for DepEdCar, we have to do more, even if that is our performance. It is important, no? Classroom supervision is our number one priority in DepEd Cordillera, because we know that that is what our teachers lack. No, they need us to help them as well as to inspire them. And then another one would be Senator Binay and Senator Win. This is not always in our budget, but for schools like in the Cordillera, the last mile schools, the funding for a dormitory is important, no, because we recognize it is recognized as an essential for the overall well-being and focus of learners with distant homes. No, it does really we recognize it as a need, and of course, active parental involvement is recognized and very essential to learners' development and academic prioritization. We started looking into why bullying happens, and bullying happens in urban areas where some of these learners are left to their own, no? And that's what we have seen, and that's why we have the Parent Academy in Baguio City, hopefully to help lessen the bullying that is happening in Baguio City as well as in the urban areas in La Trinidad, because we have less bullying in last mile schools, no, because they know each other. Okay, and and the last but not the least, we have some programs on reading, but we have to admit that our learners will have we have to go with our support, also the interest of the learners, and that is why one of the things that we are promoting, but again the budget is there, but we have to ask for the realignment, is to come up with the project Class in Connect. No, we will just have one computer in the region, a good teacher is there teaching, and learners with learners face to face, while the other learners in the last mile school who do not really have majors in science can learn with these learners because they are looking at the teacher virtually. But sometimes our policies do not allow us, but we are not we are not closing the door. We are still asking for some policies such that this can be considered with due respect to the department. There are funds actually, but sometimes we are limited to the guidelines that they download together with the funds, which may not necessarily be the needs, no, that we need in the field. So hopefully, when it comes to decentralization of resources, could be at least up to the level of the regional office, so we can really buy what we need, because as I mentioned, actually there are funds. It's just that sometimes it is used for things that most of our schools do not really need, or it's not the priority at that time. So thank you very much for allowing me to share.
Thank you, Dr. Carino. Well, I'll share one slide, no, slide 11, just to, this is an additional slide to demonstrate how some of our regions perform much better and surpass the minimum qualification there. No? So if you look at the NCR, again, CAR and Region 4A, all of them have a greater number of students surpassing the minimum qualification of level 2. No? So, and that's what Secretary Briones was mentioning earlier, no? The high performing schools. And if you look at the color, some of them are level 4 and above. No? So these are OECD, above OECD average. So that's why we invited these regions to join us. I have a question to Dr. Carino. What extraordinary activities? No, I heard earlier that you mentioned the preparation, no, to PISA. No, I think that's an extraordinary activity in order to perform well in PISA. But other than the preparation, what other extraordinary activities or programs that you implemented in order to maintain high performance in your region, no? Particularly in those schools? No? So of course, DepEd has their minimum activities, diba? The usual activities. But I heard earlier you said the preparation. I heard earlier you said the LGUs, no? And the LGUs, and then some activities on Saturdays. What other things that you have implemented beyond what is the minimum requirement from DepEd?
Yeah, actually, I mentioned about the established program. No, we asked that at least per division they should have established program in English, science, and math. No, which is wherein it's not really done. It may not be done within the school hours, but it can be done after class hours as well as during Saturdays. But one thing which, because when we also compare the NAT, Senator, one division stood up as still the highest. And this division maintained the practice, although the other divisions are also doing it. Well, we have what we call yung in every municipality, for example, the division office visits this and then present the performance of all the schools in that division. So together in here are the PTA and the parents. And so with them, they should be discussing what should be done so that the performance will be increased. So this is in relation to parent involvement when it comes to education. It is established practice, no? And we just have to strengthen through the parent academy.
Mr. Chairman. Well, unang-una, happy birthday po, and your story is very inspiring. Congratulations po. The mere fact na last mile school. Itong, well, hindi ko naman ho sa inaano yung Calabar Zone and NCR, but I mean resources wise, may access itong mga lugar na to. Pero yung lugar nyo ho, talagang kumbaga laging at the bottom of yung access sila to resources. But when you mentioned na parang established practice, sa inyo lang ho yung ganitong programa?
Maybe they also have, no, but probably what really is, I don't know with the rest, especially in urban areas, but it also comes with the culture. The community prioritize education, whether you are rich or ano. So
actually, napapansin ko paulit-ulit yung sinasabi, yung participation of the parents.
Yes, ma'am.
Talagang parang may engagement kayo dun sa mga magulang na I would assume pagdating sa urban areas, hindi na ganun siguro ka-strong yung participation ng parents compared to your areas. Actually nga, kanina yung slide na pinesent yun na yung pagtatanong pala sa mga anak kung ano yung ginawa nila sa eskwelahan, may epekto dun sa, in a way, dun sa performance. And I think medyo guilty ako, Sen. Sherwin, because I don't ask my kids na dapat pala. But yun na nga paano natin din i-engage yung mga magulang na meron din kayong trabaho pagdating dun sa edukasyon ng mga anak nyo. Kasi, I mean, yung curriculum, may DepEd dyan, may CHED. But when it comes to the engagement of parents, anong ahensya ba yung dapat nagtuturo sa kanila? I mean, trabaho ba dapat din ng DepEd yung paano turuan yung mga magulang when it comes to their participation? Parang Mr. Chairman, yun yung nakikita ko medyo kulang yung parang wala tayong programa for parents or walang ahensya na pwedeng tumutok para ma-engage sila to participate when it comes to education. Siguro it would be interesting paano ini-engage sa Cordillera yung participation ng mga magulang.
Thank you, Sen. Now, that's true. No, when it comes to parents in the last mile schools, parents in the provinces, when we call for a meeting, there's more attendance than in the urban. No, and that is why in Baguio they have established this parent academy. No, so hopefully that they will be joining. But while they are in Baguio City, many of them are just the same Cordillerans. No, who put priority. Pero yung simple. Just like when I go to visit, I just tell the learners, kindly tell your parents that the regional director visited you, and please tell them that she is very thankful that you are here in school, that they sent you to school. No, as simple as that probably gives something, a message that they are important and they have to be engaged also. So yun ang isa. And then as I said, aside from, since they cannot come at the center, it's now the division offices and even the regional offices through our RO on Wheels visiting them.
Pero ma'am, yung ginawa nyo to prepare for the PISA exam, are you still continuing the same methodology?
Yes, ma'am, especially now that, as mentioned by some of our resource speakers, we are again into strengthening the use of hats through the, anong tawag dun? And so we are again having the training, but sometimes, sorry, but this is something unique in CAR na may some kind of, we are, parang sometimes we are entitled to our own kind of autonomy, like like even if we are not told to do so, no, ginagawa namin, no. So that has been a continued
So parang in a
process.
way, parang I guess, naka-ano na sa inyo na you need to be proactive.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Binay. We also invited Region 4A, another region that performed quite well in the recent 2022, and we're joined by Dr. Nidea of Region 4A. So, ma'am, go ahead po.
Thank you very much, and good noon, Senator Win and Senator Nancy and the rest of the resource speakers. Let me start by saying Calabarzon has been ISO certified since 2015, and we are the pilot region of DepEd Central Office in the One DepEd, One QMS. And recently we had our surveillance audit, and happily we passed. Why am I saying this? The ISO is telling all the divisions and the regions to observe the 4 processes: paper, policy, people, and practices. And today I would like to relate what Calabarzon has been doing as regards those 4. First, paper. And these are all the policies of the department as regards implementation of education. And as usual, taking from the statement of Senator Win, we are implementing what DepEd has been telling us to do. National Reading Program, Early Language Literacy and Numeracy, National Learning Camp, many other programs. And we tried to come up with a Calabarzon program. And I like to say that for the past years that we have been, just to tell you also that we are on the 9th year champion in the National Schools Press Conference. And I'd like to mention the efforts of then Director Dad San Antonio. And of course, I'm representing now R.D. Bert Escobarte. What are we trying to say here? Calabarzon means it is complete and accessible learning atmosphere for better academic results through zones of networking. It had been mentioned by our resource speakers that indeed education is not the sole responsibility of DepEd. So we came up with zones of networking aligned to the Matatag agenda. First, in making sure that the curriculum is really implemented well, we have started establishing first, it's a 3-year program, and we would like to establish many centers of excellence. We have started last year, and this year we are trying to quality assure these centers, and later in the 3rd year we shall award these centers of excellence, considering the performance of the schools and of course the results in the different contests that they have joined. Next is to take steps in increasing ILRC. We all know that the integrated or Inclusive Learning Resource Center, there's only one in Calabarzon, Cabuyao. But we wanted that this learning center will provide service to the rest of the schools in the division. And therefore, one of our projects is really to tap the local government and make sure that through the partnership of the superintendent, our schools shall be able to have at least one division or one municipality to have an integrated and inclusive learning resource center. And just recently, we inaugurated one in Los Baños, Laguna. Next is to take steps to make sure that learners are taken care of. We always are compliant with the Learners' Right Protection Office of the Department of Education, and so abuses, bullying, etc. are being handled well, and our teachers are trained on that. And lastly, it's about giving support to by the way, as far as the PISA is concerned on taking care of the learners, first, we made sure that there were info dissemination. Pinaalam sa magulang, the teachers were oriented, and of course, the students were told that they will be having this exam. And there were simulation activities. Nagtap din kami ng private schools and the other nearby public schools because of the need for the computer, just like what RD Estela mentioned. And food were provided during the exam, and some even were provided transportation, especially so if they come from the far-flung schools. Now, for giving support to teachers, I like to mention that we are partnering with SUCs. We have directed the superintendents to coordinate with their SUCs to partner with them as far as training of teachers are concerned, especially for teachers who are not majors of reading, science, math, and other core subjects, to include also ECCD. And we made sure that we are partnering with, this time, very latest po, we are partnering with Gokong Wei Foundation on the training of teachers on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So all of these, friends, we are doing, of course, in collaboration with our stakeholders in Calabarzon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nidea. And we also invited NCR. Although I agree with Senator Bina, NCR has the most resources. No, sa SEF pa lang tiba-tiba na. No? So as compared to the last mile school, no. So I think it's just appropriate that they should perform better. But nevertheless, would like to analyze particularly which schools. No, I don't have the list yet. No, which schools perform well. What type of, I would assume LGU support is also very strong and noticeable. So we want to learn about that, because parang across the different comments that I've heard from CAR, from Calabarzon, LGU plays an important role. You know? So we're trying to see how we can mobilize our LGUs or institutionalize the mobilization of our LGUs. So we call on Director Joyce Andaya, who's also representing NCR, for her presentation.
Hello. Sorry. Thank you, Senator Win. Good afternoon again, Senator Binay, and the rest of the participants here. Just like what Senator Win mentioned, NCR has the biggest SEF budget. I think it's as of last year, it's 14 billion for the entire NCR. And you have just issued a very difficult challenge, and that in 2025 for me, Senator. There were 21 schools that participated. My presentation is actually very brief. There were 21 schools that participated in the PISA, and NCR scored higher than the average scores for the entire country. In math, the OECD score is 472, and NCR scored 393 as opposed to the Philippine score, which is 355. In reading, also, the OECD had an average score of 476. NCR has a score of 403, and the total Philippine score is 347. And then in science, the OECD minimum proficiency score is 485. NCR achieved a score of 404, and the total Philippine score is 356. In the next slide, we note that, next slide, please. Okay. In mathematics, for instance, in 2018, we scored 385. Now it's 393. It's an uptick of 8 points. And then in reading, from 372 to 403, an uptick again of 21 points. And in science, from 391 to 404, 13 points also. What were the enablers? Una, we strengthened our assessment practices. Learners were exposed to the different types and series of assessments. They were exposed to online platform, particularly our LMS. And then, but the challenge was that the DepEd LMS was not able to really accommodate the test takers in one go. There was lag in terms of yung sa internet connectivity. And then number 2, we modernized the test taking of our learners. PISA is a computer aided assessment. Skills in using computer for testing should be demonstrated by the learners. Now, prior to the PISA test, the schools were visited and were provided time to practice, particularly in manipulating the computers. Interestingly po, ang mga estudyante po natin, kayang-kaya nila yung phone, cellphone, at saka tablet. Pero nung computers na, nahirapan sila sa mouse. So yun po yung inayos muna natin, how to navigate. Kasi di ba maraming mga commands po doon. Yun. Of course, we also did our advocacy campaigns. And then the next slide. We supported the continual conduct of PISA familiarization through practice or review sessions and monitoring of scores with provision of free meals, vitamins, and freebies to the learners. Yun po yung binigay ng ating mga LGU. Free food at saka transportation to our, not just to our learners but also to our teachers, especially in Benigno Aquino High School in Makati. Because that there are 6 schools that scored level 2 in PISA. Opo. Yun. We also provided practice tests every week via course accredited in the DepEd LMS, and then on-site also visits by our top management. And from time to time, there was a follow-through, not just from the regional office and the division office, but even from the central office. This contributed more awareness to our learners and even our parents that this is something that we need to seriously do. Kasi minsan pagka may mga assessments po ang mga bata, hindi na nila siniseryoso. But this one, because of our campaign, everyone, even the parents, were made aware of this, and they saw how important it is to take the test seriously. And then, like I mentioned, there was incentive to teachers, food, and of course, binigyan din sila ng service credit. And another help of the LGU is the provision of additional learning materials that the students can practice. So, in other words, there were 3 things that we found very helpful. Number 1, familiarization ng test. Okay? Exposing them to the PISA-like tests. Number 2, navigating the computer. Kasi kahit naman po nasa NCR sila, ang iba naman ay hindi pa rin very expert in navigating the computer. And then number 3, advocacy activities to promote PISA And may I add also, yung number 4, yung support ng LGU, nandun po, naramdaman po talaga. So these were some of those that were reported to me because this is just my 3rd month in NCR. But they were saying these were all the things that they did in order to increase the performance, I mean the scores of our learners. And may I also add that it was USEC NEPO that was very instrumental in ensuring that all these interventions will be done. Actually, siguro if we were given more time, I do not know, but that the preparations, really the intense preparations were made in 2 months time. So I can imagine if we had more time to really prepare our, so 6 of our 21 schools scored or attained level 2 or higher in the PISA. Yun. And then what are our priorities? Siguro, nasabihin ko lang na in NCR, of course, we're going to increase the number, we improve the learning outcomes by keeping our school-age children in school, improving the foundational skills of learners. We know that there are several burning platforms that we need to address, but that we feel that these are those that we really need to do in order to increase the performance of our learners. So capacitating school heads and teachers, ensuring a learner-centered environment, and of course, strengthening our governance system, because in the next several years, we're saying that we will go for one NCR, meaning looking at one direction in ensuring that our learning outcomes are improved. Maraming salamat po.
Sir Bina, any question? Yes, Yusek.
Just very quick footnote siguro po dun sa sharing nung mga regional directors. Isang nakitang napakahalaga nung time nung paghanda sa PISA 2022 ay yung pag-empower at make accountable ng ating local levels to problematize the issue at their level. Hindi labang binibigyan ng solusyon at the central office, they are given support. But as you can see, many of the solutions adopted were done by themselves and contextualized within their levels. At dito din po mahalaga yung nabanggit ni Secretary Briones in her presentation of the need for, and this is really a low-hanging fruit if we can look at it that way, where large-scale assessment results and other indicators of learning outcomes at the school level are made really integral component of the planning, monitoring, and evaluation standards of DepEd. Dahil po for the longest time, ang isang na-observe natin ay heavy on monitoring performance in terms of education inputs, but they are not effectively correlated with the performance of the schools. Ano pong ibig sabihin dito? If you look at even in the budget, laging ang tutok ay sa education inputs, and the presumption is that they will naturally translate to outcomes. Halimbawa, measured by the number of school buildings, number of learning resources that were provided per learner, the teacher ratio, classroom ratio. Pero sa totoo lang po, kahit sa tagal ng Department of Education in existence, and I think this is true not just for Department of Education but other agencies as well, very heavy on the input side, but the outcomes is hindi masyadong nako-correlate. And but the power of nabanggit ni RD Stella, yung practice nila, for example, of presenting at their local stakeholders the actual performance of the schools in terms of outcomes is a very important disciplining measure. So alongside trying to find solutions at the macro and grand levels is the empowerment of local levels to problematize the issue of quality at their levels as well. May dangers din po, last point there is that can also pose its own dangers in terms of intensification of national disparities can be intensified and might be intensified because as we have seen, resources are different geographically. Siguro dun sa pressure on learners and teachers and students. Sometimes when Singapore, for example, shared their experience in PISA, one of their problems really is the intense pressure on the learners to be very competitive. So there could be unintended consequences also that need to be taken into consideration in acceleration. We've heard in the administration prior to the time of Secretary Briones, kung pinalakas naman masyado yung sa outcomes ay yung laging naririnig namin sa mga bureaus dati yung phenomenon of teaching to the test is also a possible possible danger. But I think at this level, marami halimbawa dun sa kanila is not really teaching to the test but really just removing the novelty of the PISA exam and also exposure to the new kind of testing and integration of learning competency. So it's a delicate balancing act, but it's not as dire probably as our friend from EDCOM might feel. Thank you.
But the preparation, as I understand it, is not taking a test, no, but navigating using a computer, no. Is that how the preparation, Director Joyce? Just familiarization with the hardware, navigating. Is that that's the preparation? Can you elaborate further on the preparation because people
Both.
might think there's
Yeah.
a test and then they, no. So
Senator Win, it's both familiarization of the gadget or the hardware, at the same time familiarization of the test. So there were practice tests. Kasi as mentioned by our resource persons also, many of them do not have that kind of test in the classroom level. And that's why what we need to do is strengthen our formative assessments as well.
Yeah. Pero, ma'am, yung practice test nyo, hindi naman yun yung may mga nakalagay doon na lumalabas doon sa actual test. Wala. Kasi di ba minsan parang sa entrance, di ba sa entrance exam dati, parang gano'n, i-collate yung mga previous exam, tapos yun na lang yung medyo i-memorize. Hindi yung gano'n.
So, Director Joy, can you identify which what are the top public schools or the public schools which perform the top 10 highest performing public schools in NCR or top 3? Sige, top 3 na lang.
And in NCR, there's just one from the public
Okay.
of the 21.
All right.
The
Which one
rest,
is that?
the other 5 are coming from the private
Private school.
schools.
So which one is that one?
Am I allowed? Which one from the
Which
public?
Public.
It's Benigno Aquino.
Makati.
Opo.
Magaling yung mga taga Makati. Lalo na yung senador, magaling yung senador. Maraming support.
Hindi, proud ate ako ngayon.
So, there are 21 schools in Metro Manila that participated and only one from public. Okay.
Only one from public that made the cut.
21. How many made the cut above 20? Above the level 2?
6.
6.
1 public and 5 private.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Remaining did not make it.
Nina, that the
Below
Lower than 2.
15.
the average. Lower than 2.
Okay. All right. And in CAR, how many public schools were above level 2? That's the 2 schools that you mentioned?
Those are the 2 schools that attended because only 3, 2 public schools and 1 private school.
Okay.
But as to if the two public school or all of those belong to the private, we do not have any
No, not no.
idea because it is not yet shared to us. Parang ganun.
Okay. Yeah, well, we're trying to, I don't know the NDA conditions, no, but we're requesting DepEd to share with us those that surpassed level 2, no. Those schools that went above the minimum proficiency level, both public and private, for the purpose of the committee wants to visit these schools and also go deeper into what practices have they employed to understand, so that we can help in the preparation of uh, taking the PISA later on. No? So just consult your management director and Dr. Benito if that information can be shared. No, but the purpose really is to visit those schools, no, and learn more. No, and I hope that it will be shared. No, because part of our recommendation is to study those practices in our schools. So we want to understand fully what activities have they been doing in order to perform better than the rest.
Mr. Chairman. Sige po. Sec Brion.
Thank you. We have been discussing the various factors which led to the above average performance of the three in the three regions. I would like to mention also in NCR. I visited NCR so many times as well. I've been to the three regions, and I observed. For example, I observed the classes which were being held and the training, the preparation. In the Cordillera, you might we sophisticated intellectuals might find it amusing that the children are first taught how to open the computer, and I saw that, but look at the results. Really very focused from the beginning, from the ABCs and all. And then with NCR, I'd like to add another factor. This is the role of the parents. Valenzuela, I must mention, I'm very familiar also with Valenzuela because I visit it very often. You have your Nanay Academy, which served as a model, and I have suggested and proposed it to all the other regions, not only to organize our own staff, our supervisors, superintendents, our principals, and so on, but also the parents. And I always cite Valenzuela and the Cordilleras because they have the Parents Academy. And maybe that can also be utilized. And I'd like to congratulate our two senators and organizers of this hearing that this time we are focusing on the good news, the gospel of effective education for our learners for a better society. And perhaps you should already be done with all the weeping and the crying and all the attacks and counter attacks. There is good news even when there is bad news, and the good news has to be has to be extolled as well as what we describe as what is lacking and what is the bad news. And again, I would like to repeat that education's goal is not only to be competitive, to comply with OECD standards, but also our own constitution and the laws. The practical practices, for example, you have a law on financial literacy for children. What they do in Singapore is, on the matter of practicality, which Dean mentioned, the children are given the same amount of money, and then they're told to go out and buy something for their mother's birthday. And they're taught how to bargain, how to negotiate, and how to negotiate and how to decide and how to choose. but they're given money and then they return, they report to their teacher what they bought for their mother's birthday with the same amount of money. And that way, they're able to see what is valuable, or to see uh, which negotiation is useful, which approaches bring in results. So it's just a brief addition to the factors that we are considering, the role of the parents and the families. And of course, we have Valenzuela, we have Makati, which I also visited myself. I've been to Cordillera, I've been to Region 4 also several times. I visited all the regions, pero yung top performing schools, nakatatlo lang ako because of the transition that had to be undergone. So congratulations for looking for what is inspiring, what is hopeful, what is creative, and what is innovative. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's our goal, Secretary Liling, that we all know the situation. I think all of us are familiar with that. But we're also looking for, like what Senator Binay said, inspiration, because that will trigger us to work harder and that will trigger us to have hope. And then at the same time, for concrete solutions. And also how us here in the legislature can help in funding or mobilizing those solutions. So that's the end goal of this committee. Senator Binay, you have questions? Yes, Dr. Abrigo.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Since we're talking about good news and strategies, I think it's a good time for me to share what we do at PIDS and the research that we have done at varying degrees of completion. First, I want to take a step back to highlight the resilience of our education sector during the pandemic. Kasi minsan baka hindi natin na-appreciate na maganda yung nangyari sa atin during this time. And then I want to discuss preliminary results of our analysis on PISA 2022 that could shed light on potentially fruitful routes to take for Filipinos to improve schooling outcomes. And then finally, I'd like to raise some low-hanging fruits that we have identified based on our recent research. We are doing a number of research paths. So ito pa lang yung medyo preliminary, medyo natapos na namin. And let me read some parts of our paper that we've submitted to the Secretariat. So first, the expected catastrophic learning losses during the COVID-19 pandemic appears to have been largely averted, but average student achievement in the Philippines remains behind those in other countries across studied subjects, and we know about this. So by and large, average student achievement in science, mathematics, and reading among 15-year-old Filipino students have remained statistically the same between 2018 and 2022. This is despite the protracted school closures in the Philippines, the longest in the world at 75 weeks of full closures based on UNESCO at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Other countries in Southeast Asia like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, and most developed countries have suffered double-digit decline in average PISA scores across tested subjects between this period. So the expected learning loss from school closures that the Philippines has averted could have been catastrophic. To put things into perspective, with 40 weeks, that's a full year of school closures, 15-year-old Filipino students' average PISA scores in mathematics is expected to be lower by about 17 points. 17 points ba dapat na mas mababa? This is equivalent to a loss of about 34 weeks of student learning, about 80-85% of a school full year. And this could even be a lower bound estimate. Based on our own estimates, a single day of school closure induced by use of schools as shelters, ito mga evacuation centers, could depress test scores by about 0.11 standard deviation for grade 4 pupils. So in PISA scale, this is about 11 points. And 0.04 SD and 0.02 SD respectively for grade 7 and 9 pupils in low-performing schools. So yung walang nangyari sa atin, hindi tayo bumagsak, that's really a great feat. And then second, so despite this notable resilience, student achievement in the Philippines based on average PISA scores remains among the lowest around the world. Where learning losses may have been averted and therefore a learning recovery may not be necessary, there is an immediate need to raise student achievement in the country to address learning gaps and catch up with the rest of the world. So we know that more than in every 4 tested students in the country were rated as low performing, so below level 2. which warrants an urgent, massive, and concerted drive to improve schooling performance. Yung next, what we did was to using PISA 2022, we compared ano ba yung characteristics, student characteristics, yung family environment nila, school environment. Ano ba yung difference between yung mga nag-perform tsaka yung mga hindi nag-perform na mga bata sa Pilipinas? So that's about 100 plus points sa pagitan ng dalawa na yun. And between Philippines and Vietnam as being one of our model countries siguro na gusto nating mangyari. So one of the results that we found is that closing endowment gaps may address some of the disparities in student achievements. Essentially, what we did was to identify ano ba yung mga endowments, characteristics nito na makikita mo. Pumapasok ba yung bata, meron ba silang internet? So that's one part. And another part is paano ba nila ginagamit to? So kung pumasok ba sila, may natutunan ba sila? Kung may internet, paano nila ginamit? So the results is that one of the results that bullying incidents, for example, is about 1 standard deviation higher among low-performing students compared with high-performing students in the Philippines. So 1 standard deviation, that's pretty big. So yung 0.2, medyo significant na yun. Yung 0.6, malaki na. Yung isang buong standard deviation, talagang malaki na yung difference na yun. But even if this is 1 standard deviation, this contributes about 4 PISA points difference in mathematics between below proficient and proficient students. So 4 points lang yung, even if you remove bullying, 4 points yung madadagdag sa atin. Other school and home environment conditions like internet connectivity and socioeconomic status, as well as student characteristics such as school level repetition and student absenteeism and tardiness also contribute significantly to the observed learning disparities among students in the country. Pero yung contribution niya mga 2-3 points. Ganun lang siya, mas maliit siya ng konti. Consequently, addressing these endowment gaps may also address learning gaps between the Philippines and its regional aspirational peers like Vietnam. Yung third point is improving efficiency in the use of available resources should be part of the strategies to raise student achievement in the country. While addressing resource gaps may contribute to improving learning outcomes, it can only do so much. So dito na pumapasok yung paano ba ginagamit yung resources natin. So the composition analysis using PISA 2022 suggests that differences in endowments between proficient and non-proficient Filipino students only explains 41 points. So this is about 34% of the total 122 points difference in average mathematics scores between the two groups. Along the same vein, the vector of endowment gaps between the Philippines and Vietnam only explains 31 points, so about 27%. The total 113 points inter-country average mathematics score difference. So how these resources are used appear to matter more. So take the case of the Philippines and Vietnam. Both countries have about similar cumulative spending per student up to age 15, so between 6 to 15, at around 11,000 to 14,000 US dollars. But the difference in average PISA scores between the two countries is more than 100 points across subjects in favor of Vietnam. This is equivalent to about 4 to 5 years of learning gap between the two countries. And discovering what works for the Philippines, therefore, should be part of the country's primary goal to improving learning outcomes moving forward. Kasi for the most part, hindi naman lahat ng ginagawa nila ay pwedeng i-transplant sa Pilipinas. We need to identify ano ba yung mga pwede sa atin. And we have, based on our other research, we have identified some low-hanging fruits based on the data that DepEd has graciously provided EDCOM and PIDS. So I'm highlighting 3. One is we need to strengthen kindergarten education. The results of our analysis suggest that those who attended kindergarten are more likely to have basic reading skills by grade 1 and more likely to have full functional literacy. So ibig sabihin, they can read, they can write, they can perform simple numerical tasks and comprehend simple text by early teenage. So after a few years, nandun pa rin, meron pa rin advantage of having kindergarten education. Second is to limit use of schools as evacuation centers. So as I mentioned earlier, school closures induced by school use as evacuation centers have large perverse effect on student outcomes, especially for the young and those enrolled in low-performing schools. And then finally, the use of the language that the student understands. So results of our analysis using ELNA 2018, this is for grade 3, show that children who were taught in the language that they used at home had no learning loss in Filipino and English literacy skills, and they score about twice as high in numeracy as those with other children not taught in the language that they understand. So these are some of our suggestions for this afternoon. Maraming pong salamat.
Thank you for that. And we also want to hear from our executive director in EDCOM, Dr. Carol Lee. Any comments?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Win. As you know, in our work in EDCOM, what we try to do was really to look at positive deviance. We've actually sent a letter to DepEd, I think 2 weeks ago, to request for the data on the PISA top performers in the Philippine context. And USEC Gina committed earlier this morning to share it with EDCOM so that we could visit the schools. So hopefully we're able to learn from their practice. And we're also pursuing our discussion with the Embassy of Vietnam for our visit there for benchmarking. I guess it is reassuring, perhaps, that throughout the conversations during this morning and throughout the afternoon, marami po sa mga issues na nabanggit nasa priority list ng EDCOM kasi napakaraming priorities. We have 28 priorities, and a lot of the issues that were discussed, we are working on or have worked on already. So just to share a few updates, and dadagdagan ko lang yung sinabi ni Mike, yung teacher issue natin po pagdating sa Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2. And Senator Win knows this because in the last consultation we had in the House, pagdating sa PSG ng CHED sa teacher education, meron tayong PSG for early childhood education, which is meant to train 0 all the way to grade 3 na napakalawak na iba't iba dapat ang competencies. Tapos meron tayong overlap na merong elementary education, which is kinder all the way to the higher levels of elementary. So there's that discrepancy. That's one that needs to be addressed. The second is that when you have your licensure exam, because 7836 is outdated since 1994, Teacher Professionalization Act, early childhood teachers who are well trained to teach Key Stage 1 are streamed and forced to take elementary, where 40% is content knowledge that they did not learn because that's not to begin with in the PSG for an early childhood education teacher. If we're talking about the importance of teacher preparation, we need to review that. And that's a discussion that we're having now, whether you really need to train Key Stage 1 that will really focus on kinder to grade 3. In terms of competencies. And so we're working closely with the technical panel, and we've requested them together with the subcommittee on teacher education to review the curriculum. Kasi baka naman hindi akma yung competencies na tinitrain natin or binibigay natin sa kanila at pre-service, and maling-mali din yung tinetest sa kanila pagdating sa licensure. At in the House, our EDCOM commissioners have filed the bill to amend RA 7836 to conform to this evolved curriculum in higher education since 2017. But since 2017, hindi nagbabago yung licensure exams. Hindi na tama, hindi akma. That goes to the issue na Key Stage 1 is so important. Kasi we're looking at PISA performance of learners at higher levels of schooling. But if you don't have literacy and numeracy by the time you finish 3rd grade, wala kang pundasyon where you will build all of these higher order thinking skills. We need to make sure that our learners are literate and numerate by the time they finish Key Stage 1 and transition to higher levels of grades. So napakahalaga po nun. And while we're looking at PISA, yung L na nabanggit kanina, equally important. Kailangan nating tutukan yung performance ng learners natin sa L na pa lang. Kasi kung doon, hindi na sila literate, hindi na sila numerate, wag na tayong umasa that we will achieve higher scores in the PISA. The second thing that was mentioned earlier was teacher quality. And I think a lot of the points were already raised by our colleagues and longtime partners in teacher ed reform, so PNU, CHED, NISMED, UP College of Education. But I think one missing component that maybe not a lot of people are seeing is yung teacher hiring practices. Kasi pwedeng yung pre-service mo makorek, pwedeng nag-improve tayo or ma-amend na natin yung batas sa RA 7836, pero kung yung teacher na hinahire ng DepEd na mapunta sa classroom ay hindi kung ano yung tinrain niya, because in our consultations, teacher tell us, English teacher ako, pero pinatuturo sa akin PE kasi nandoon yung maraming vacancies, talagang walang mangyayari. So it's not just about perfecting the curriculum, ensuring coordination, but hiring the teacher to teach the right subject. Because if that's not the case, then everything is sayang lang. The other one is admin tasks. So dikit-dikit siya. Pre-service, licensure, hiring, and then admin tasks. Because a lot of teachers are saying that even if they're there in the classroom, usually they can't teach because they have to do other things. Magko-compute sila ng BMI, magtitimbang ng bata, magsasubmit ng report. So, nag-group activities. May DepEd order po recently, and tomorrow we have a consultation with DepEd Yusek Willie Cabral to explain the implementation plan of the removal of the admin and ancillary tasks, because we want to understand, because on the ground we see that there are huge discrepancies in the allocation of teaching and non-teaching personnel, that there are schools with as many as 580 teachers pero apat lang yung non-teaching, whereas may mga schools na 200 lang ang teaching, 30 naman yung non-teaching. So paano nangyayari yun, and how will the AO positions be allocated in a way that corresponds to the differing needs of the schools? Yung in-service mahalaga din po, pero yung in-service kasi wasteful siya kung mali yung mali, hindi akma yung training na binibigay natin sa kailangan ng teacher. Kung ang teacher math ang tinuturo niya, ang background niya English, baka ang kailangan niya karagdagang content knowledge. Pag expert na siya sa content, pero bas bata na yung tinuturuan niyang grade level, pedagogical knowledge na yung kailangan niya. It needs to be targeted. And without that database that tells us this is what the context of your teacher is, and therefore these are the trainings that should be designed by NAEAP, mahirap kasi parang ano tayo lahat na shotgun approach yon, which is wasteful. The third is the governance component. I think mahalaga na when we look at this, we also make sure that we are structured to deliver in an integrated way. And of course, DepEd colleagues will agree, the porosity between DLD, which determines instructional strategies, the grading system, BEA, which does the systems level assessments, BCD that determines curriculum, and NAEAP that handles teacher training, dapat dikit-dikit. Kasi kung yung iba yung instructional strategies, hindi akma doon sa curriculum or hindi akma sa learning resources at iba sa tinetest, we have a very incoherent picture of reality that is what one learner receives. It's one learner, it should be a cohesive education that should be delivered to that learner. So yun po siguro yung mahalagang tingnan. I also just wanted to highlight two more things. When we speak of all of these performance exams and learner assessments and our performance there, pag tiningnan po natin sa PBP, nakalagay learning poverty, target natin is decreasing. Decreasing lang, pero walang quantitative targets. If we want to resolve this, if we are aiming for improving performance, we need to articulate by how much, what learners, how do we work backwards to actually achieve our goal. Kasi kung qualitative lang yung explanation natin na decreasing in general, decreasing by what? By 1%? By 2%? How do you get there? So yun yung mga bagay po siguro. And for example, if we use the PISA assessment, how many of our learners do we want to reach level 2, level 3? Do we have that goal? Is it all clear to us? And are we working together to make sure that we get there? If not in the next assessment, then in the next assessment. Pero without that, we are all just also saying generalities that are harder to reach because we're not putting all of our resources to get to that point. The data also of PISA shows us that apart from the average performance that we are seeing, yung sa EDCOM report that I hope you've seen, and if you've not yet, you can download, the top 25% of Filipino learners, if you compare that against ASEAN, the data shows that our top 25% is equivalent to the top 25% of Cambodia, but to the average learner in Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and to the bottom 25% of learners in Singapore, which tells us that when we speak of solutions and when we target our programs, we need to think of it in a nuanced way because the intervention for the top 25% of learners will not be the same for the bottom 25%. Baka yung approaches natin need to be a bit more tailored to the diversity of learners that we want to support. And on that note, finally, the Learning Recovery Program. All of this needs to be reflected in DepEd's National Learning Recovery Program, and we need to do it more aggressively. Sana nga yung mga brigada eskwela natin na nagpipinta-pinta tayo ng mga pader, gawin din natin siya for learning. Lahat tayo mag-tutor ng mga bata at Key Stage 1. Lahat tayo tumulong sa effort na ito because it is a crisis. And our kids are in classrooms, not literate, not numerate. pwede naman tayo lahat tumulong. Sana all systems go tayo, channeling our energies to doing that while we're working on the longer term structural issues, which EDCOM is working on now, but we need to help our learners now, support our learners now. And I think in that note, we can do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carol. Um, we'll finish the hearing from our resource persons, and then we'll go back to the Q&A. CHED TPTE, represented by Dr. Espique.
Good afternoon, Senator Win and Senator Binay and all the resource persons invited for this hearing. We are cognizant of the fact that indeed the TPTE has a very important role for us to be able to address, of course, the concerns that were raised, especially from the results of the PISA, but not only that, from the other concerns that were also reported by EDCOM 2. I'm representing the TPTA, and of course, the TPTA is headed by our chair, Dr. Edison Fermin. And the TPTA extends its heartfelt congratulations to this August audience for the kind invitation also that's, of course, given to us. Immediately after the December 6, 2023 press conference of Her Excellency Vice President and DepEd Secretary Sara Duterte, focusing on the outcomes of PISA 2022, our STEM chairperson of the commission, Chair Popoy de Vera, was able to actually issue CHED's response. And 4 important measures were highlighted in the CHED response. The first 3 are as follows: to be able to engage the different centers of development and centers of excellence in teacher education to study further the details of the country report, and to expand the technical panel for teacher education to include DepEd curriculum development and learner assessment specialists, to issue a special learning module to be used by teacher education institutions on the nature and implications of international large-scale assessments. And the fourth one is to be able to create a technical working group for the monitoring and evaluation process that will lead to the phasing out of teacher education degree programs in poor performing TAIs in order to address teacher quality issues that ultimately influence learning outcomes. So with this, there is a need to develop the monitoring and evaluation process that will lead to the phasing out of these teacher education degree programs in performing TEIs in order to address teacher quality issues that ultimately influence learning outcomes as evidenced by the ILSA such as PISA. With this, we wish to focus our manifestation on how we should situate the Philippine country report within the broader discourse that OECD Director for Education and Skills, Andreas Schleicher, articulated as conditions for quality-driven learning and consequently teaching woven in his report. So the thesis of his report that is mindful of the pandemic situation and how the jumpers cope well is best expressed on page 16 of the report. Incidentally, the year 1 report also of EDCOM 2 speaks of the same conditions. So prior to PISA 2022, Andreas always strongly asserted that quality teaching is central to building quality education systems. And so, we reflect on the following issues that are at the heart of quality teaching when the context not only of PISA but also of SDG 4, Philippine Development Plan, and the Education Transformation Statement of the Philippines on the whole. So there are actually 10 CMOs that are currently in existence that supports the preparation of quality teachers. So this provide the program standards and guidelines or PSGs for undergraduate teacher education. In 2022, the TPTA produced the first graduates of the new PSGs with which we were able to expect to exhibit the following graduate attributes expressed as program outcomes. So these are the program outcomes that are articulated in the said PSG. Articulate the rootedness of education in philosophical, sociocultural, historical, psychological, and political context. Demonstrate mastery of subject matter. Facilitate learning using a wide range of teaching pedagogies or methodologies and delivery modes appropriate to specific learners and their environments. Develop innovative curricula, instructional plans, teaching approaches, and resources for diverse learners. Apply skills in the development and utilization of ICT to promote quality, relevant, and sustainable educational practices. Demonstrate a variety of thinking skills and planning, monitoring, assessing, and reporting learning processes and outcomes. Practice professional and ethical teaching standards sensitive to the local, national, and global realities, and pursue lifelong learning for personal and professional growth. So this year, and in the light of the Matatag curriculum, the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, in the Salamanca Declaration on Inclusive Education, a further review of the PSGs will be facilitated not only to address the issues uncovered by PISA. More importantly, the TPTA wants to focus on fostering a sense of accountability coupled with the consciousness for adaptive innovation among our teachers. In union with the ongoing organizational and operational reengineering of the Teacher Education Council, where the CHED chairperson sits as the co-chair of the Executive Council, the TPTA is committed to making pre-service education more responsive po and effective. Thank you very much po. That's the report of the TPTA.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Actually, I have a lot of questions to TPTE, but I'll limit to a few now, and then we can talk about it later on. I heard earlier that I think it was mentioned from one of our earlier panels that a lot of our TIs actually fail to produce quality teachers, as well as some of them don't. We have a few TIs that I think in the past few years have zero passing rate.
Yes, indeed, sir.
And I saw in your presentation that there'll be a phase out of these TIs.
Yeah, because from the results of the ARQUAT reports of the different regions, they were able to give information about how the different teacher education institutions are actually performing. And some TEIs are not really are performing well. And these are also supported by the data provided by the PRC. But I think also this maybe is also related to what was mentioned by the EDCOM report, that there is indeed is a mismatch with what is being provided as the intended curriculum of the TEIs with that of what is being assessed by the licensure examination for teachers. But even then, there are really TEIs with graduates not really performing well, because I think it's consistent with the report of PRC.
But when do we implement that? Because I remember when we were discussing the Teacher Education Council or the Excellence in Teacher Education Act, that was already an issue, and we flagged CHED about this poor performing TIs, and that was 3 or 4 years ago. So we're still talking about it now, no? After many
Yeah.
years.
In the latest report that was provided by CHED, they said that they will really do something about this to make sure that they're going to phase this out. So maybe it's the process that's taking too long. That's why there
4
are still
years is a
TIs.
very long time, no? But now my point there, it's affecting because it starts with the
TEIs, sir.
TEIs. Eh.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully, we produce highly qualified teachers. Eventually, they will end up in our public schools, and eventually, the PISA results will demonstrate that quality. No, but if we have TEIs who are not passing the licensure examination for many years, how many of that, Karon? I think
70 plus offering bachelor in elementary and 120 plus offering bachelor in secondary na 10 years, zero passing rate, but are still in operation.
so. Yeah. So it's not only a waste of resources, because obviously we have free higher education now. So anyone who wants to take bachelor's degree in education
can take it for free, but they're also not passing, for the
Yes.
last 10 years. So it's double whammy, a waste of resource, and also they end up in our system. No? So eventually, so how are we dealing this? And is there a timetable finally to exert accountability? It's not closing for the sake of closing. I'm not advocating that. I'm advocating for accountability. If they cannot perform, then they have to be accountable, and they should face the consequences, whether they will be closed down or they will improve. It's accountability that we are exerting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Hindi, actually, what is the policy ba of CHED for non-performing?
Sir Mark, there's no policy, right?
Ma'am, iba-iba siya per course. So for nursing, meron sila na policy that 25% or lower for 3 years, they will be probationary status, babantayan. Sa teacher ed, walang ganon. Which is why during the CHED budget, Senator Pia asked Chair Popoy, given the findings, what can CHED do? And Chair Popoy committed to reviewing it with the technical panel and putting in place similar measures to ensure that poor quality institutions are stamped out or at least monitored heavily by CHED and then supported. But if hindi talaga, then phased out na kasi kawawa yung mga estudyante.
Or bakit ang tagal bago magkaroon sila ng policy na similar dun sa nursing?
That's actually is the concern because unfortunately I just sat actually last year as one of the members of the technical panel, and it's indeed is a challenge among us because while it's true that I'm working with the CHED TPTA, I'm connected with a private institution in Baguio City. So that is something that we would like of course to look into, being a new member of the TPTA. So hence these are our immediate actions to see to it that something will happen with the resolutions that were posted before. Yes.
Mr. Chair, we requested CHED in our last consultation in the House of Representatives to submit the revised policy by February 2. We followed up yesterday. We're still following up.
We're not.
Commission and bank resolution.
I leave the decision or whatever penalty CHED wants to impose to CHED. But what we want to see is
Noted, Senator.
accountability in teacher education.
Yes.
That's what we want because it starts with pre-service. That's the beginning point. But if we are seeing that our TEIs are not up to par or are not compliant with minimum standards, then we have to do something about it, or else it's a waste of resource.
Noted, Senator.
So
that will be reported.
We'll request Dr. Espique to consult with with the commission, and then we'll have another hearing on this topic and then give us a
Chairman,
specific report.
Pick up na ba siya sa commission?
It was actually discussed when we just sat just after the December 6, 2022 conference. During the budget hearing, I think, and there are difficulties, I think, as to how to really do it to be able to, because there are no standards yet that were set as to when will we close it. Will it be after the results of the PRC saying that for the fifth?
necessarily nga close but why can't you follow the nursing, yung pattern nyo sa nursing, di ba? Na parang
PSGs,
may probationary period, and then pag hindi pa rin nag-improve, may closure.
Yeah, I think that is what must be looked into by the TPTA. Senator.
Why can't you just follow that template para hindi na nyo kailangan pag-aralan pa? Because it's already an existing policy that you could already adopt.
Pattern from there.
Diba? Parang, I mean, how complicated
You know nga,
can that
ma'am,
be?
That's also why we are perplexed. And what we were told was that the technical panel has conducted a workshop already to revise the policy. Pero hindi pa rin kami, bakit nga hindi pa rin na-approve is our question. So we'll follow up again nga with them.
Agenda na hinahain nyo na dun sa commission kung ano yung ginawa niya dun sa nursing?
Has the TPTE made that recommendation to the NBank since you are a member?
Yes, sir. We
You've
were able
made
to
a
make
recommendation.
Yes.
They just have not acted on it.
That I do not know, sir. Honestly.
But you've submitted it
But
to the
we were able
NBank.
to submit, yes.
So what was your recommendation?
The recommendation is for us to make sure that we're going, of course, to revisit all the different guidelines relevant to the opening.
So ang recommendation nyo is not an actual recommendation to Hindi pa siya, hindi niya pa nire-recommend na kunyari pag 3
It
years na
was a
siya.
discussion on our level yet.
Oo nga eh.
Because I just sat down as one of the members of the TPTE. When was that? January
Hindi,
of last year.
a-
Yeah.
ako lang sa on my part, baka sana yung ibigay niyo na dun sa commission, yung actual, let's say, pag 3
Recommendation.
years na silang zero, probationary, or, di ba, may actual, ano na, yung, hindi yung yung recommendation niyo, ipag-aralan pa yung kung ano yung i-recommend. Di ba?
Agree with Senator Binay. Again, we're not looking to close down. The
Noted
end goal
po.
is not to close down, but to exert accountability. No, that's what we want to achieve. Because if these TIs will just go through their usual business and they get subsidy through free higher education, and then of course the student will have to pay their extra expenses, then there's no point. And I can see that it filters to our education system. No? So again, we have to make a decision on this ASAP. So we'll have another round of hearing on this topic, and we'll invite you, and we want to hear a definite answer during the next hearing. No?
Noted, Senator.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
baka you can provide the committee yung naging proseso dun sa nursing.
Sige po, Senator. I'll try to ask the record of
Thank
that.
you.
We have one more or two more resource persons, one from the UP Faculty of Education, Open University Faculty of Education, Assistant Professor Cherise Reyes. Any comments, ma'am?
Magandang hapon po, Honorable Senators Win Gatchalian and Nancy Binay. We don't have a presentation, but we've noted some recommendations, and we'd like to echo the recommendations of EDCOM 2 and, of course, the Dr. Balagtas, yung mga sinabi po nila kanina. We are noting that there are resounding inequity in our educational system. If you look at the graphs, hindi naman ganun kalaki yung differences ng numbers from Region 1 to Caraga region. Konting-konti lang po, nakikita lang natin yung trend, but are those numbers really significant in terms of how much our students are gaining in terms of their learning outcomes? I have a little bit concern in terms of the teaching to test, quote unquote, culture, wherein we are training students to undertake the test. Aren't we supposed to integrate the expectations of PISA into the daily activities inside the classroom? Naging concerned din kami, ako in particular, when I look at the framework, the analytical framework for the PISA test for 2022 for math, science, and reading. Kasi una, computer-based yung exam. How many of our students are really digitally literate? So they can, I'd like to echo Dr. Jocelyn kanina, sinabi niya that while our students are equipped with skills in using a phone, it's already a different scenario when they have to take the test on computer. Meron din kaming isang posibleng question, had the questions been asked in their mother tongue or in language other than English, would our students have been able to provide answers that would qualify to the level of proficiency asked by the PISA? Yung question na ni-raise kanina doon sa triangle, yung question number 3, no, and if you look at that particular question, it wasn't just a yes or no question. There was a box that requires yes or no. Explain. Why is your answer yes or no? And if you look at the rubrics, ang 0 yung sagot kapag ang sagot mo ay 67% of the triangles are red and 62 versus 37%. That's how you get the answer yes. You do it numerically, but that is not apparently sufficient for the rubric. So ano ba yung skills na nire-require dun sa PISA at kaya ba nating ituro yon sa mga teachers so that the teachers will be equipped to train our students in that kind of processing information? Gusto lang din namin i-point out kanina yung kami ni Ma'am Portia na ang mga teachers na hinahire natin sa DepEd let passers naman po. Tama ba ako? So ang understanding natin let passers, so actually para sa akin, hindi masyadong nagmamatter yung mga schools na walang pinapasa kasi hindi sila nag-feed ng teachers into DepEd. Right? The ones feeding teachers into the DepEd are schools with good passing performance in the professional licensure exam for teachers, which therefore goes to the comment on how do we empower these schools such that their curriculum for teacher education would prepare or would allow teachers to prepare themselves according to the expectations of PISA, not for the test taking per se, but actually for the day-to-day basis. Kasi kung test taking lang yan, actually, bigyan nyo lang kami ng maraming pera, baka kaya namin i-prepare lahat ng DepEd schools, di ba? And that will actually boost the numbers. Kasi between the numbers of public schools and the numbers of private schools, if we boost the performance of the public schools, that will definitely have a strong effect in the trend, right? If that is the goal. So, ang understanding ko po bilang teacher educator is that we're trying to influence the day-to-day interactions of our teachers with our students so that when they are to take the 15-year-old exam at grade 10 for the PISA, they will be more capable of answering the test. Kasi parang tama po yung sinabi nila kanina, it's a systematic approach to this kind of issue. Lastly po, we'd like to call on hopefully a reflection on the culture of our teaching, our students. We acknowledge that the Philippines is a diverse learning context. We are from one culture like from CAR, iba na yung treatment nila culturally kasi meron na silang ganong upbringing. So you can only imagine how diverse our learning context is across the country. So maraming pong salamat, Senators.
Thank you. And we also have a representative from MLAC Institute for Psychosocial Services, represented by Ms. Hannah Murillo.
Hi.
Yes.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hannah. I'm also joined by my colleague, Dr. Tessabeth Cordova. Good afternoon, esteemed senators, Senator Nancy and Mr. Chair, and also to my co-panelists here. Thank you very much for all your sharing. We're also representing MLAC Institute or Dr. Hani Karandang, our National Social Scientist. I'd like to start with the PISA results. I'd like to invite you to look at the individual learner from their perspective and from their worldview. We suggest to view these results more as data or information to help the school-going child to truly learn and not only to increase exam scores. Learning outcomes improve when the learner's needs are addressed. Dr. Hani Karandang has been mentioning and lecturing everyone in public engagements about the basic psychological needs of people. And it's quite amazing that two of those are reflected in the PISA summary. So specifically, number one, the sense of belonging or affiliation. Sense of belonging is intact in the higher performing students. We can think about that. The need for love, unconditional acceptance, affirmation, personal significance. That's why a moment ago, it was raised that yung pagkamusta lang pala ng bata, na kamusta yung exam mo? Kamusta natuto ba? Kamusta yung teacher mo? Kamusta ka sa school? That is already impactful to the individual school-going child. Secondly is the sense of competence. Are we magnifying these results because they are low, or are we really looking into bakit kaya on a more holistic and a more systemic kind of lens? Mental health is a universal right. Every child needs to feel safe in their place of learning. Safety is one of the predictors of good learning outcomes as reflected in the PISA review or summary. Learning does not only happen in the school. I agree. We agree with Secretary Briones that education is not just DepEd. Learning should go hand in hand. It happens outside the school, and outside the school marami, not just the home, the community, and on a national level, they also learn from what they see on a macro perspective. Cycle of abuse, for example, bullying has been mentioned. The cycle of abuse, i.e., what is happening in the bullying phenomenon, where on the average, half of the test takers experience bullying. Offline, this happens offline and online. Cyberbullying is very much prevalent, and we also need to take a look at this and redefine bullying. This is also within the school and outside the school. That is why some of the test takers also reported that going to school, they don't feel safe. In some areas of the school, they don't feel safe. These things, what they say, impact their mental health or ill health of school going children. And I could go on and on, maybe sharing what happens on the individual level, how that is impacted in the structural brain development, etc., etc. But they have costs, and we are seeing those in the learning outcomes. We at MLAC Institute would like to recommend the 3 following points. Number 1, increased emphasis on the socio-emotional development of the school-going child. Secondly, establishment of sustained partnership between schools and the child's caregiver. And it's not just one person, it could be one person to a whole community. The parental involvement and support are factors can be addressed and encouraged. These are factors in the PISA. And 1 out of 3 of the test takers, only 1 out of 3 of the parents are involved in their studies. How do we bolster a more supportive home? We therefore would like to recommend a robust school-home environment as a protective factor in ensuring their safety and mental health and well-being. Thirdly, we would like to recommend to mitigate risk factors in mental health conditions or ill health that impact learning outcomes by adopting a preventive approach in ensuring the mental health and well-being of the child. Mental ill health, as I mentioned a moment ago, can also impact structural changes in the brain apart from what manifests in school, such as behavioral changes, aggression, etc., or lack of attention. Lastly, given those recommendations, I would like to cite some of the best practices shared by my co-panelists. For example, in Calabarzon, the zones of networking, community and enjoining parent and home or parent academy by Dr. Carino of CAR, doing more practice with the children with a focus on their holistic growth, such as health and nutrition and advocacy campaigns by NCR. So these are the top performing, hindi masyado on funding, etc. budget, but we can do really cellular things within our own scope, within our community, within our own home. Yung sabi nga kanina, simpleng pagkamusta, simpleng pagtanong kung kamusta ang ating mga anak, malaking bagay po yun. What are they all saying? These regions. Education does take an engaged village. They have utilized their villages in ensuring an effective learning environment for their children. Data-driven and research-based recommendations can be more effective because they reflect what the child has to say or what is actually happening to the child. We can be creative and child-focused in ensuring that our learners, in fact, do learn and not simply fare high in exams. Thank you very much. Maybe
Thank you for sharing with us your observations and comments on the PISA report. We've exhausted all of our resource persons today. However, we still have
me personally, I have a lot of questions, specific questions to our resource persons, and I also have some questions on the variable contextual variables. I believe there are about 90 plus no different contextual variables, no, ranging from I think DepEd um, presented some ranging from family support, from shortage of educational staff, parental involvement, and so on, bullying, and I have some questions on that, and want to hear from DepEd what are the action plans, no? Because some of them are ongoing issues, some of them are low-hanging fruits that we can fix, some of them are budgetary that we can address uh, through the budget deliberation. So I know that we have taken up so much of your time, and would like to have a second session on this topic, preferably probably next week. So we'll suspend our hearing today and send Secretary Briones also left a hanging question earlier. How is PISA? How will how PISA can be in line with our national development, no? And also in line with our vision on who we are and how we want to be and how our learners would be the future Filipinos of our country. No? So that's a hanging question that we want to think about and also talk about in the next session. No? So we'll suspend our session for now, and we'll convene Feb 14. Valentine's Day. No? Wednesday, this is next Wednesday at 10 a.m. Oo. So, wala kaming Valentine's dito sa Senado, no? So, but we'd like to request from DepEd, no? Again, if you can check with your management, especially on the NDA, if there are any NDAs that you have signed. But we would like to request a copy of the top performing private and public schools. The objective here is to visit, no, physically, and to interact with parents, teachers, regional directors, superintendents, and pick their brains. What are they doing on the ground? No, and we'll like to take that information and make it part of our recommendation to plenary. No? So we'd like to ask DepEd for that particular report. All right.
So Chairman, maybe in the next hearing, can DepEd submit kung ilang schools pa ho yung walang computer? Or kung lahat ba meron na? Yung ganong data, and I don't know if you can submit a list.
We will refer
Thank
it to the ICTS. So.
I saw a list. You have a list of how many schools with computer, with internet, even with washing facilities. DepEd has that information, and just present to us next week, because it's also part of the contextual variable, no, the digitalization and equipment, no. So we want to
Kung naka-incorporate na ba sa design ng school building yung may computer room or bahagi na ba yun? Can they just submit in the next hearing?
Yeah. So we'll have another session, and that information will be critical in our discussion. All right.
Senator Win, can
Yeah.
I make a hopefully brief
Go ahead,
addition to what I
Secretary.
said? For a while ago, we were discussing teachers, the pre-entry training of teachers. When I was Secretary of Education, I requested Simeo Inotec to conduct a study on teacher motivation. What makes a young person go into teaching as a profession? And I personally sat in some of the focus group discussions. The reasons were different. I studied teaching studied to be a teacher because it is cheap. The tuition is cheap. The schools are available every corner, and the towns and municipalities have schools of education. Second, my boyfriend is a foreigner, and the foreigner is in a hurry to bring her to wherever his castle is on his white horse, and so teacher education is a cheap way. Another answer given is not much laboratory work, cheaper question, cheaper tuition. But there are really those young people who love teaching. And this is what we want to attract. Not those who have to go abroad, not those who have no other choice. I really wanted to be a doctor. I want to be an engineer, pero masyadong mahal, hindi namin kaya. Teacher na lang. Kasi walang laboratory, walang masyadong advanced mathematics or physics or what. And now that I have changed my location, I'm now with Sumeo Inotech, the very institution whom I asked to make a study. We made a public announcement of the results of the study, but it was not noticed at all. So I have now instructed former Undersecretary Dad San Antonio also to expand the study to ASEAN countries. What motivates citizens of Singapore, for example, to go into teaching, or Malaysia, or Lao PDR? What attracts them in because the main, as I was saying, DepEd is not the sole responsible agency for education. The pre-training is very, very important and crucial. And so we are now expanding the study on among ASEAN countries and several ASEAN countries to find out, especially those who have better performances than us, what kind of teachers do they attract? Because the most that we can do is, at the level of DepEd is to give them further training, give them scholarships, ask them to take master's degree, etc., etc. But the pre-entry training is very crucial, which in other countries is under the responsibility and regulated by the Minister of Education himself, as in the case of Singapore, which is a highly rated institution. Thank you, Mr. Chair, na may pahabol pa. Always, grandmothers always want the last word.
Thank you, Secretary Liling. And indeed, teachers is probably the most important ingredient in improving our education system. No? And I do agree with you that we need to put a lot of focus on our teaching workforce, no? Meaning improve quality, training, upskilling, and reskilling. And earlier, Senator Binay opened up the issue of curriculum, and that's also one of the things that we want to focus on during the next hearing. The intended curriculum, the implemented curriculum, the learned curriculum, and the assessed curriculum. No? And look at the gaps, and so that we can recommend the appropriate solution to plenary and also to our stakeholders. So again, thank you very much for your time and participation. I know Dr. Carino came all the way here from Baguio, no? Even though it's her birthday. So thank you very much for participating, and congratulations again, no, to Carl, to Calar Barzon, to NCR for being our shining example in this endeavor. So maraming salamat. This hearing is hereby suspended.